Thank you, because I 100% was. I wasn't muted on the Twitch stream, but I was definitely muted on the fucking YouTube. Sorry. No wonder people were leaving. They were like popping in and they're like, oh, I'm out of here. Mew. Thank you. Anyway, yes, I did color my hair. I was blathering on about how I'm going to go get it redone in September, and I'm debating if I'm going to get them to do balayage or if I'm going to get them to re-dye it completely and then go, because now that it's like past the awkward root grow out, it's actually looking really good. I normally would despise this point, but the color stayed really good. It's like over a month old now, and like the roots now look more intentional, which also helps significantly. So, oh my god, that's ridiculous though. You're muted. Yes, I am. Anyway, yes, I haven't had the pink hair for the last 3 years because it's expensive. I go to a salon because I do not trust myself bleaching my own hair. I know lots of people do it. My hair lifts extremely well. It's just, no. It's also a little bit of time thing of like, yes, I know it takes a long time at the salon, but like they will get the job done in a certain amount of time. But yeah, the balayage would look really good, and because that's what I've done previously to kind of keep the costs down, because then you don't have as much, like the roots are intentional then. So I don't know. I will get them to, I'll get it re-dyed completely before Japan though, for sure. So I'll just make sure I book my appointment like right before we leave, sort of thing. All right, so we're gonna have to do some dark top stitching. Actually, we're gonna do probably more dark top stitching than light top stitching, but I will do the light stuff for now. So right now we're working on the Obi Traveler slings that I've cut out in hopes that we get some done for the Usagi Jinja mid-year festival that is I'm participating in on Saturday. New market for me. I have tonight and tomorrow. Because that's how it ended up working out. Today was a friend visit day, so that was good though too. Dallas took the kids. He's doing bedtime right now, which is why I'm able to be down here right now. So, no, these are not the crescent bags. The crescent bags, so the pattern I printed it out. I had to resize it for the Obi, and that's fine. But it's a lot more complicated than I actually anticipated. So we will persevere, but I need more time to sit with it and figure out what the fuck I'm doing. That's basically where we're at with it, because I'm just like, I'm looking at it like, Okay. So there's the white thread ones, and if you know me, I hate going in and swapping threads randomly, but I think we're going to do that. And we're also going to, hopefully I've got them. We'll top stitch the bags that need, yeah, the minis that need the dark top stitching that I've done already. Where did they go? They're here somewhere. I just sorted them out the other day. God damn. I am totally a professional. 100%. Trust me, guys. There we go. Okay, so the rest of these need dark top stitching, so we'll do that. I wasn't trying to get, or I was trying to get more minis done, but that is not going to happen, and that is fine. But just, I found a whole stash of ones that were like partially done the other day, and I was like, oh, we can do these. No. But they should then hopefully, I don't know, I'm gonna work on a bunch of Kato for Ancient Arts Yarns, the Pancake Breakfast. And we'll work on the minis, any minis we don't get done for then as well, because then we also have Omatsuri in Calgary in 2 weeks. 2.5 weeks-ish. Okay, I'm like, where'd the black thread go? I know it's over here somewhere. There it is. And I do have more white thread. I actually bought more white thread, but no, these are the Traveler slings, and they turn out really nice too. I'm excited for these ones. Do have some Obi cut for wedge bags, and I think we'll try and get them finished for Omatsuri as well. I'm going to be bringing the teacup pin cushions with me to this show, as well as any others. That's part of what I went thrifting with friends today. One of my friends had found or got told about a really cool used bookstore up in northeast Calgary, so we went to that. And then there's a Value Village like right across the road, so went there. I realized afterwards that there's also Goodwill up there, so I'll have to go check that out later. But this one had a really good, they actually had a better selection of stuff like sheets and stuff like that, and their prices were better than Goodwill, so I was like, okay, well, it's good to know. The Goodwill that I went up in Beacon Hill had a lot more, what did I end up buying up there? I ended up buying a lot of men's shirts up there for pockets. And the intention with any sheets and everything that I buy as well is actually for pockets too. So everything's in the washing machine right now, getting a sanitized wash. Found a bunch of like teacups and sugar bowls and ironically or funnily enough, a like sugar and tea bowl from Japan. And so those will be, they won't be put into production right away, but hopefully in time for Omatsuri. Let's hope my sojo is back, because my God, the struggles the last few weeks, folks, have been intense. So, and we've got Knit City breathing down our necks now. You're like, Katie, Knit City's it's still 3 months away. I know. It's breathing down our necks. It literally, dragon breath. So, and we also have vibrations in the middle of that. No, just randomly, whatever. So for knits, I was hoping to get backpacks done for July, but that is not happening anymore. So we'll get them done, I think, in time for August. By the way, if you think it is a little bit dark, it might be a little bit dark. The exposure has gone all over the goddamn place today. Because it is, in fact, a little bit dark. It's also like a weird zoom level, sorry. It's fine, but I will turn the brightness up a little bit probably. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now we'll go. So all those traveler slings have that done. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to do the top stitching on the mini travelers that might get done. Because at the same time that I'm saying that we'll get all of those traveler slings done, I am leaning towards we might get half of them done probably. And then we'll at least have a few of them and hopefully a few new traveler slings as well. Right after this, I am going to disappear off camera and turn on the steam press and get all the labels pressed onto these. And then we'll go ahead with sewing of the traveler slings. The big thing that these guys, the minis, need is they actually need leather next. And then their back welt pockets, which always take a while. So I've gotten faster, but that does not mean there's only so fast you can get with welt pockets. Excuse me. And still have them turn out okay. So, yay. Oh, actually, I should run even though we're not going to finish them right now, I'm going to run the kato underneath as well, just so that, because I'm pretty sure all the canvas is sewn on and top stitched for the remainder, but we may as well go in and top stitch the customs that I have to finish next week. If you are waiting on a custom order for the kato, I will be wrapping up on them on Tuesday. Kids are at summer camp on Tuesday. This is just a busy week too, so it's like Monday will also just be kind of my day off to spend with Dallas because the kids will actually be in school. But it's like, so tomorrow I have to work full day, which is awesome, but I do not want to be up too late because we're going to Stampede on Friday and we're going to have to be up at like the ass crack of dawn because we're going to go see the parade, which is going to be a lot of fun, but we have to be down there early. And then we'll be up late, and then the show is on Saturday. So anything that isn't finished by the end of day tomorrow is just, well, SOL. We'll finish it up for pancake breakfast the following Saturday. By the way, if you're ever watching any of these and you're coming to an event and you're like, oh, I want it. Yeah, 100%. I will set it aside for you. So, or we can set up like a sneaky code on the website or whatever. So, all right. Last of the traveler slings. I keep checking to see how I'm actually top stitching these down because now I can't remember. It's seamed to the butt or the bottom of the bag. Probably should have top stitched this with white thread. But yeah, it looks fine. It's not like super Halloween colors, so that's good. Whee. Oh yeah, that is definitely like silk as far as I can tell. Just awesome. All right, so pop, pop. The thing about these is that again, it's just like all the other stuff. It's like the prep time honestly takes the most amount of time most of the time. Are there more? Okay, thank fuck. I was like, where'd the rest of them go? Why was okay, whatever. Why was there a split in the pile? That's probably the better question, to be honest. It's like, oh yeah, you only have to do these ones. Oh no, there's 4 more. Anyway, all right. So those are ready. So what I'm doing with these guys now is we're sorting them into leathers. Black leather, black leather. Black leather. We also need their, I think these are just all black leather. Actually, no, we'll do brown for the jammy tart guys. Oh yeah, and they could use their, yeah, that can be done afterwards. So they could use their, the tack down stitch, the basting stitch with the pocket, but they'll be fine. That can happen at any point now. So the top stitching has to happen before that, and I have to put on all the zipper pulls before that. Anyway, so okay, travelers are ready for their labels. Now, if you're like, Katie, where the hell are you gonna put the label on that without blocking anything? I think it's actually gonna go here. Most of the time I would put it on the bottom here. But in this case, like basically I'm going to put it in the place where it's going to block the least. Here, actually that doesn't look bad, but it does block that floral. So I think honestly snugging it up right there, it'll stay out of the seam line, and then it's also just going to not block any of the motif. Could actually even do it slanted, which would look kind of funky, but that puts it closer to the seam line, so I think we'll just do it right about there. Will that cause some finagling in the freaking like steam press? 100%. Is it worth it? Also 100%. I'm not moving the camera. Sorry. Not really. Sorry, not sorry. It's just gonna stay here. Oh yeah, I gotta also iron the kids' Western shirts. They got Western shirts for their birthday, but so I just washed them, and they're all wrinkly. Not surprising. But they do need to, so I need to iron them, which is kind of annoying because they're not tiny, they're not big either. But they are it's worth it. They'll look fucking adorable in their little Western shorts. Okay, steam press is heating. It needs water. Or did I fill it and not use it all up? Oh, it's dry. Like desert dry. Okay. So I'm currently in bridging for my run training, which is kind of nice because it's like, okay, I need to really focus in on the strength training, as I've been talking about for the past few months. also part of why I wanted to focus in on the pelvic floor physio as well. An assessment to make sure that like I also didn't want to head into hardcore, not like I'm doing hardcore strength training, but I didn't want to do more damage by doing it incorrectly or like putting more pressure where it wasn't or something. But everything looks okay. Aside the fact that it's tight, it's like, yay. Always fun. Oh, fuck me. I set the Cricut to iron on, and I thought that it said to make sure that I had mirrored it. Like I thought it was this is an optional setting. Make sure you've mirrored it. No, it mirrored it for me. Fuck. Well, looking at it, it looks good, but that means I need to go get more goddamn vinyl. Because now I've like blown through both pieces of what I could have used. Damn it. Of course. Okay, well. Tomorrow. That's exactly what I didn't want to be doing tomorrow, though. Yes, I will be in Knit City, Vancouver. This will be my 10th year at Knit City, Vancouver, though, which is, well, it is my 10th year at Knit City, Vancouver, which is super fucking cool, too, so. I know Staples, I wonder if they've got, don't allow, fuck off. Cricut vinyl. I'm much better behaved in person, just as a heads up. No, I'm gonna have to go buy freaking Michael's tomorrow. Okay, that's one. Yeah, I didn't want to have to be like adhering the sign to shit tomorrow, or stuff to the sign tomorrow. Okay, let's check to see if it actually like cut though. Looking at it, it looks like it did. Yeah. I could use it as a stencil. Nope. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. Well, honestly, at this point, it was doomed from the beginning, it feels like, because it would not connect either. We're just not going to touch it tonight. Okay. I think that is the adult professional decision. It's definitely the sanity-saving decision. It did actually come back here to pick these up, and then I forgot that I was taking them with me. How many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we're going to also do the ones, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Hey, Wendy, that sounds like an intense few days. Jesus. Can you see better, or do you have to wait? Or is this supposed to help you see better? Like cataract surgery? Sorry, I'm like rapid firing questions at you. Answer as you can. Prioritize. Can't drop that bombshell though and run away. By the way, I am gently working on your Kato, but we will sit down and I'll do a full, most of the work for them on Tuesday is when we're going to be doing the Kato work. Right. Ooh, that'll help a lot. No cataracts can be so brutal. This one is 100% installed upside down. Shit. I there's like a shiny side to the canvas and a non-shiny side to the canvas, and that one was definitely a shiny side up. So we're going to swap that in a second. Yes, these are for Wendy and her daughters, kiddos. So they're going to be a lot of fun. I adore the colorways on these guys. And I think there's one more left for sure of the navy, and I'm pretty sure there's one more left of the navy as well. Because the navy would be, yeah, I was debating what we're going to do about the navy. Oh God, no, I'm not stressed at all. I have to get these other ones done anyway, so we'll get them all done at once. I'm throwing them underneath for top stitching right now, because then I can install the bobbin thread. But then we can, oh Jesus, okay. We're really out of bobbin thread. Anyway, I want to go in and I want to put the labels on them. Oh my goodness. It's all the way back here. Yeah. No, I'm trying to streamline a few of the processes so that while we're doing traveler sling labels, I'm also doing the, all these Kato ones. Are you guys getting ranked by top chat in the fucking, Jesus, YouTube? Fuck off. Duke it out, I mean, ladies. Fight. Oh, I just realized I should probably also throw snaps in these in the trays. Actually, we'll worry about that once I actually have the traveler slings done, because we'll be able to do more than, there it is. Because then I can do the snaps for the trays and the traveler slings at the same time. That's what I'm trying to get at. There's definitely a thunderstorm creeping in. Although the steam press is also partly what's making my lights go phew. Not quite a brownout, but definitely a flicker. I don't think this basement was exactly wired for an intense semi-industrial purpose. Considering that, what were we doing over the winter? And I was like, I think it was that I was running the steam press and the baseboard heaters at the same time. Okay, good. How long is the surgery going to take to recover from? And also, you haven't missed anything, because it was like the kids were home for 5 days. So, well, technically 4 days. And then Dallas got home yesterday. Yesterday was the 5th day. But we were all, I was exhausted every single night. So, I'm glad that, like, yeah. So, like, best of intentions, I was 100% going to work more this week, and it just, nope. Request denied. Okay, those are at least the same. Good. Wind the next bobbin, wind the next bobbin. So my friend who lives in Hong Kong got her schedule this week for next year, and so she's going to be able to join us in Japan, which is super exciting. And then, so she's going to do a few days on her own, and then we're going to meet up and do a few days together, and then, yeah, it'll be good. We're going to have a video chat on Monday, because I got our hotel room booked. Like less than half price of the one I booked in Kyoto. which I wish we still were able to stay at, but it's like maybe when we're doing like shorter stints there, but not 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't know if I've been quite clear enough that we weren't staying like off the beaten or on the beaten path. We're staying like 45 minutes off the beaten path, which is nice too. Like it's not super busy and stuff like that. And honestly, for the price savings, worth the commute time. We've had this discussion, but I don't think she quite realized that until I was chatting with her today in the last couple days. So I'm like, let's have a video chat and we'll pin down what we're doing. Like I sent her a list of like what I was planning and I'm like, honestly, all of this is flexible except for these dates. One of them being the temple market, of course. And then the other one being the temple market at Toji and the marathon day if I'm getting off the lottery. So we can call it a holiday, Wendy. I don't know about that. It was a holiday from sewing, which means that I was actually more stressed given that I was going to like do. Anyway, I did get a lot of knitting done though, so that was kind of nice. And that is actually kind of what I leaned into. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm not sewing, I want to actually be doing my hobby instead of just like mindlessly scrolling. So I did get a lot of knitting done. I got through the heels on Dallas's socks this week, so that was pretty awesome because like I'm just coming out of the whole Mama's Jungle Gym phase. I don't know if I'm completely out of it, but I have been able to sit down and knit. And because I had iPad days, they were definitely off of me pretty consistently. So yeah, it was nice. Got a lot of reading done. I finished The Throne in the Dark by A.K. Caggiano. It's a trilogy. It's available on Everand. I did see that they're having a deluxe paperback published of it in November. And so I think will be more widely available, but it's really good. It's really slow burn. There's like UST, so unresolved sexual tension, that you can cut with a knife, which I really like. Human demon rom-com. It's really good. It's funny. So I know I'm super excited for my Japan trip too. I'm like, honest to God, if the eldest wasn't just starting kindergarten in October, I would love to just like book a trip in October and just go. But I can be patient, I guess. I am going to focus in a lot, like pretty hardcore, I think, on the kimono and obi. Because we do still have a significant amount of cotton and cotton linen blend. Not that I'm not buying new cotton and cotton linen blends. We're still going to Noma to Taylor, and I'm still going to Tomato, and we're still buying fabric. But yeah, I definitely want to focus in on the kimono and obi because they have just taken off in the last couple of years, and I think leaning into that's going to be good. So okay, now I'm gonna seam rip this because the shiny bit is up and it's not up on the other one, so that's why we're seam ripping this. Because if you're like, Katie, what are you doing? But we can sew it down with the black thread and it'll all be good. And then I will bugger off and go put all of the labels on under the steam press. So I need to make a note that I need to go get more vinyl at Michael's tomorrow, which is not a big deal, but it does need to be done. It's annoying. Actually, what I should do is I should just set it for order it online tonight and then set it for pickup. That would be the key, and I could just pick up in store. And then I will make sure that it's not mirrored. Blah 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 blah. So fucking annoying. And actually maybe pick up some more deep point blades because that deep point blade is toast. I'm glad I went with the cheap vinyl though, because oh my god, is that so annoying. I also didn't want to be like adhering a sign tomorrow night after we got back from the city, but I guess that's no. Shut up. It's like the steam press is like, you've waited too long to use me. Yeah, shush. I know. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes now. I don't right now because I found that extremely stressful. However, there is far fewer options now. And what I'm going to probably do is I'm going to open them up in October. Does that sound crazy? No, I think we'll open them in October. I am not guaranteeing that they would be like a Christmas shipment or anything like that. But October through December is going to be one of our slower seasons, my slower season. So I think I might open up customs then. Actually, yes, I am, because I'm opening them up for someone else too. So I'll do pre-orders if we want. Then if there is something that you're like dying to get and you're going to be in an event before that, let me know and I can work it in. But I'm not going to open it up wholesale before that point. And I can also send you the link to the, well, if you just search Fibre catalog on the website, that'll actually give you a pretty good idea of what's available. So there. So if there's anything in there that you see that you're like, fuck yeah, and you're going to be like at Knit City or something like that, let me know and we can work it in. Otherwise, I'll open up pre-orders for shipment in October. Okay. So that at least like, it's one thing if it's shiny on both sides. It's another thing if one piece is shiny and the other piece is not. That's what we're avoiding. That's why I just seam ripped this. And then we're going to need to stitch it again because that was at the top stitch length, not the construction length. And then we'll go in and top stitch it and we'll go put the labels on these things. Ah. Yeah, that steam press really does not like to share power. Holy. It's like, yeah, this one's, by the way, Wendy, this one has a lot of Flynn love, so we'll make sure that I lint roll it before I ship cat hair across the Great Pacific. Oh my god. Actually, I was thinking about it, maybe with the Obi when I get back, that's the ones that I should also put up for custom order. I'm also I'll be experimenting over the summer a little bit more with those things, backpacks, and I want the zip and grip, and I also want the stitch and go case. These are all not all going to happen before. It might all happen before Knit City, maybe. Three months. I know it sounds ridiculous that I'm like hesitating over that, but it might not happen. I don't know. I think backpacks will. And I want the stitch and go case. I think the zip and grip is going to have to wait until we're like, I don't need all of these. I just need one side. Fuck me. Okay. One. So 4. I totally did a count already, and then but I've forgotten the numbers. I also don't know where I set them. Where the hell did I set them? Right there. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. And I counted up from 4, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I did get all of the labels cut out the other day because I was like, I'm probably going to need a lot. So there's 80 here right now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. I'm going to take 30 just in case I didn't count up from 4. A few spares is better than walking back. It just got super windy again. Oh, and there goes a truckload of hay. Where is it? Oh yeah, okay, I guess there's lots I'm like, where's the truckload of hay going in that direction? But there's a lot of fields out there. I don't know why I even questioned it. Yeah, not 30 obi, 30 bags total. So we're not going to get these all done before, like, between today and tomorrow. Oh my God, can you imagine? No, we're not even going to countenance that. We're just throwing them all underneath right now because then I don't have to do labels like even next week. Because all I want to do next week is I want to fucking sit down and I want to sew. And yes, I am going to be that aggressive about it. It's going to be sewing. And Flynn's like, lady, you're crazy. Yes, but I don't think it's for that reason. I don't think that's the reason I'm crazy. I think there's other better reasons why I'm crazy. Who knows? Okay. Anyway, but so like if we get all these like labeled and everything like that, we'll have a nice chunk. And then we've got all those small box bags and all the kato and everything, like just not even like just itty bitties left. And we got a bunch of scrunchies almost done, and like there's a lot almost done. And like I guess I'm not as I'm committed to this shrine market, but it's definitely not one that I'm intending to kill myself for. We'll see how late I go tonight. But Omatsuri will be. So the fact that we've got so much lined up to almost finished right now is perfect, because then it can all be finished up for the Pancake and Omatsuri for sure. But hey, it gave me a good kick in the pants to get a bunch of traveler slings cut, which we all know need to be done. So, alright, I'm just laying out I've wandered off to lay out the minis and all of these on the steam press. I am impressed by how many minis we found, and actually that we have, I think, all of the pieces for them too. What do we have? Oh, we only had to cut denim, which is impressive in and of itself. So I'll take that as well, because that's like one of the easiest mini preps I've ever had. Okay, I think that's enough. There's like 4 minis and a traveler sling on there. I think that's enough. Yeah, I think so. We'll panic when it's time for Knit City, Vancouver. That's when the panic will set in. And probably actually for Omatsuri, or not Omatsuri, Vibrations, because I don't know how that show's gonna go. So I think that's the one that we should try and have Stitch and Go cases ready for. Those are the embroidery cases that I keep talking about. If you're like, what's this mystery Stitch and Go? So I think backpacks for Omatsuri, Stitch and Go cases for Vibrations, and then maybe, I'm not committing to anything, maybe Zip and Grip for Knit City, Canada. It'd be kind of cool to have a brand new thing for Knit City, Vancouver. Although Knit City, Vancouver is going to have a bunch of new stuff anyway, because I haven't been out there for 2 years, and the product line has changed drastically. Like, it's not drastically, but last time I was there, we didn't have any of the slings or anything like that. I love how I'm completely ignoring the Sheena and stuff like that right now. I'd actually just slipped my mind. I should do some Glendas. What do I have on the list? I have a list back here. It's very complicated. And definitely I have not hit any of the goals for June anyway, so I think we can safely ignore that list and rewrite a new one. Yeah, what else? Oh yeah, I did finish listening to Something Wilder by Christina Lauren. Lauren? I don't know. Anyway, it's cute. I forgot how slow it was at the beginning. The first, I'd say, 45 to 50%. It's pretty slow. But it's really cute at the end. So that's our book club read for Smutty Book Club this month. In nod to Calgary Stampede being this month. So, yay. And then, yeah, then what did I listen to? Then I listened to a very just fluff hour-long audiobook of a Rumpelstiltskin retelling, which was mediocre at best. All the power to this author. But she was also narrating her own book. And kept pronouncing woman, like very, like, is what? Woman. It was jarring, to say the least. I was pulled out every single time she said it. And then I found this Thrown in the Dark, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm really enjoying that. Like I said, UST that you could cut with a knife. Always makes me happy. That was one of the best parts of like the second season of Sailor Moon, was the like UST. There's like so much good fanfic material in there. So much. And it's just a fluffy like rom-com, and it's like there is no, I don't know, someone described it as like a series of side quests, and that's exactly what it feels like. It's just like side quest after side quest. It's so good. All right, next set going under. Like you can't, I guess, maybe hear the steam press going. I don't know. I don't know how that shows up on the mic. If it shows up on the mic, I would assume so. The steam gush. Okay. Just double check that those are actually mostly adhered before I take them away from here. Or at least adhered enough. Obviously, they're still like, they got to cool down, and that will actually get them more adhered. This one's slightly crooked. Yay. But it's stuck. All right. Stay there then. Oh, well. It's not too bad. They're still going on nicer and more consistently than the glue. So, which, although I did figure out that I'll be able to use the glue for the, or should be able to use them for the teacups, which, by the way, turned out fucking adorable. So, I got gifted a bunch of teacups from a friend's grandma because she just moved into a care home, and these were the ones that they couldn't sell and stuff like that. Look at how adorable. So this one's pretty straightforward, but I added a little bit of like bling on the bottom, and then each of them has a little bit different blah de blah this thing, cushion, polyester stuffing, scraps. I really like that one. I also really like this one. It's super simple, but it's got the cats with the fish bow ties, and it's all like puffy on. So a lot of them I did so that they didn't puff out the top, but some of them get puffy tops because they're a little bit like, well, okay, this one didn't have a design on the interior. It only has the design on the exterior, so that's why it got a puffy topped cushion. There is some glue there that needs to be cleaned off, and I need to figure out how to do that. So yeah, I'm having fun with it because it's like a bunch of materials that I don't normally work with, like rhinestones and shinies. So that's what I was buying today at Value Village, was a bunch of ceramics, basically. I think it's mostly China, but it's not necessarily like, a lot of this was Royal Albert China and stuff like that. Whereas what I ended up buying a lot of today wasn't necessarily name brand. There was air quotes around that, although you couldn't see that. But still China. Actually, the one that I ran into that was super cool was Japanese ceramics, so I definitely scooped that up. It's also super cute. Yeah, and then I got some like butterflies and fake flowers and like a few other things that then we can like, what I'm most excited about, it sounds like, and it's true, is the like embellishment of them outside the fabric. Not all of them need it, but it's like, it's just pretty. So why not? I just folded that label like I needed to. center it, but I do not. That one can just go there. All right, so the last 2 mini traveler slings are on the steam press. Yes, it is spitty. I know, it's like, I promise I'm using distilled water because I do have hard water in this area. But yeah, it's just, I even cleaned it, but apparently I need to clean it better or something. But yes, it's all like, that was me, not the, not the steam press. I'd be far more concerned if that was the actual noise it was making. Can you imagine? Oh boy. Okay. Oh, that is a good question. I'm like, shit. Okay, I'm coming over for an opinion because now I'm like second guessing myself on the labels for the travelers. Okay. Right? Blinging and everything. Except I used E6000 and oh my god, does it ever stink. Okay, should the labels be lined up so that, yes, they're on an angle, but they are in line with the stitch line on the base here? Or should I, no, never mind. I was like, or should I make them straight? But I'm looking at that being like, fuck no. Why did I even come over to ask? Because I'm pretty sure this ends up mostly straight anyway. Doesn't it? Or does it? That's not the right pattern. Okay, fuck off patterns. We're working on the traveler. We're not working on anything else. Mini traveler. No, not the mini. The mini's easy because it's just a straight thing. There it is. What does it look like? Oh, she puts hers really far down, like on this edge. I don't want it on that edge. But she does do it straight like this. Oh, right. I'm like, I can't remember how we did the last batch. But that's because I haven't done it with the new labels yet. This does look kind of dumb. Damn it. The first one was easy because it's on a portion. Like, there was only one spot for it. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is if there's patterning on it, I'm moving it around so this will be the base here. This is this piece. But because it's very, like, it would have taken up too much space in that, and I'd like want to, yeah, I didn't like that. Yeah, I think straight too. Because looking at it on this piece, I think straight. It's a little bit harder on these ones because they're not patterned in some ways. It looks dumb to me right now, but I think it'll look fine once I actually get it done. This one needs a little bit of trim down because there's a little bit of extra interfacing there that shouldn't be there. Don't need the shinies. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Back to the steam press and the spitties. Okay, so straight. Now, did I do that on the? Oh yeah, because I have one like that here already. That was straight. Okay, fine. The red and blue silk one. Okay. Underneath, please. Straighten out. And I'm eyeballing the middle. Oh, it slipped. No, not either of the ones that I brought over. The one that I left behind randomly for some reason. I think mostly because it only had one option, really. Okay. One in the back. Straighten and mostly centered, I think. We're going to call that centered enough. Centered enough. Centered enough. Okay, and then Owlie's just got bumped a little bit, but I think we're good. All right, back down. This is why I wait, though, to do it until now instead of before I sew it together, because you never know. Each of these needs to be, like, a little bit individualized. So just so you know, even if it has the same print, the label might be in a different position because of whatever reason. The darts are not happy. Oh yeah, they're really not happy. Oh shit. No. Okay, that's good to remember because, okay, so for these, I do actually have to do them before. We're going to have to put them on the, or I'm going to have to do it with like maybe the mini, but the mini struggled. But yeah, those are not happy darts. Yeah, that's true. I do have to, like, it's all over the goddamn place, right? So it doesn't really matter in the end of it all. On the front, there's only the one zip, thankfully. But the back is like that straight up and down zip, so. Okay, those aren't flat, so we're not gonna do the rest of the darts that way. So that means I have to get out the mini instead. I think it gets hot enough. Actually, we can use the new iron. The new iron will definitely get hot enough. And then we'll bring it over here. And then my lights will stop flickering. I am going to throw the Kato back underneath, because I just know that it's going to press nicely. But then we can iron those out. Oh, okay, right. Like, how did the first one go so well? But that's because it's like, ugh. It was on the flat portion. Duh. Okay. But the Kato can get pressed in here. And I keep wondering, it's like, why am I having so many technical issues? But that's because we haven't done the Travelers with the new labels. So, there's going to be a learning curve. I do have my tailoring hem back there somewhere, though, I think. I hope. Because then I can iron those darts again, just so that they look happier before I sew them. So the question, I guess, well, I guess we'll see if the iron does it or not. But if the iron doesn't do it, then we will just have to figure out where they get placed to go on before we sew the darts, which is annoying because it's nice to see. I guess I could always, oh, that's what I should have done, yeah. I could have sewn them on first and then darted them, although there was some reason against that and I can't remember. I think it was like they weren't fitting correctly or something. Although now that I think about it, they weren't fitting correctly with the darts either, and it's because it was like two different, there's a very subtle cut in for them, I guess. So hot. The Kato got really hot. Hot. Okay. Butterfly and koi done. Oh shit. Should get the cat hair off of this before I put it underneath. Haha. Like, there's tape around here somewhere. Do I have a lint roller? No. Do I have tape? Yes. Yes, I do. Dawson always makes fun of me because he's like, well, you can just bite it. And I'm like, I am not biting tape. Yeah. A, it tastes gross. B, no. But plus I have all these cutting instruments. I'm pretty sure my snips will survive. Making a snip and tape. Okay, is it perfect? No, I will actually lint roll it later. Yeah, but it depends on where it ends up showing up. So if I put it right here, it's going to be like right in the, yeah, probably. But I didn't realize that was going to be an issue until after I had done it either, so. It was a fuck around and find out moment that went poorly. Fuck around, figure it out, Katie. So now I have. Drama. Cat problems. We'll mention that I'm just super annoyed as well that these vinyl cuts did not go correctly tonight. I really wanted to finish that sign up tonight. Damn it. Man, he really loved on these bunny bags. There we go. Okay. The press back is back here just like pup, 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 pup. All right, we get it. You're warmed up. No, I think we'll just with these we'll do the darts after I've sewn them onto the. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if that works either. Never mind. Oh, I don't know anymore. Whatever. I'll figure out a system. We are definitely not throwing them all underneath right now because I do not feel like doing fucking around with that. All right. They're cooling down. The rest of it, that is cooling down. Oh. Wait, I do have more vinyl down here. I wonder if I've got the colors I would want. Although it is shiny and I want the matte. But it's the right, it's the right size, and I think I see the brown right there. This is stuff that like came with the machine, and I've played her. Oh, actually, that's a nicer brown. Oh, okay. Are there 2 sheets of it? Because I need. Yes. Excellent. Okay. You're like, what the fuck are you doing, Katie? You're totally off camera. It's because I'm looking for my Taylor ham, technically. But apparently I'm finding vinyl I can use for my sign instead of having to go buy more. Would the smart thing have been to find that earlier and done the test cuts on it? 100%. Is that what actually happened? No. Because of why? Why would I? Right? Yep. Okay, I found all the pin cushions. The old pin cushions that are like an absolute pain in the ass to make. Okay, where the fuck did the tailoring ham go? I do have one. Because I was like all going to be virtuous and like iron every single kato. We know how that's gone. Not. There has been none. Oh, I've just found the pen correction kit for the Cricut, so that's good. Yes. Excellent. I think that's also another tip for it, maybe. Yeah, because I think it came with 2. Oh yeah, there we go. There's 2 of them. Along with the little adjuster plate too. Oh, but it doesn't have the little knob. Oh, I hope I kept the knob around. Shit. There's another pair of tweezers we can use for teacups, though, so that's good. Okay. Okay, finding everything I don't need, as per usually what happens, right? So, shit, where did it go? Did I get rid of it? I don't think I did. I was like, I might have at one point, but I probably was like, no, we'll use that at some point. Maybe. Embroidery next supplies. No. Scraps. Okay, well, if I don't find it in like the next couple minutes, we'll just not worry about it. Jesus. Okay. Well. Request denied. Actually, I'll check the shelves that are closer to the thing. Got a shit ton of staples. That's good. Lots of staples is good. Okay. Bring the vinyl since I was so triumphant about finding it. Yeah, and I don't see the tailoring ham there either. Okay. Let's lay out the vinyl. Now that I figured out how the fuck I'm supposed to cut it, we'll do the, I know, right? Ironing. Goddamn ironing. Proper ironing, too, not just like, we're going to throw it on our steam press and make the steam press do the work. There will be so much ironing when I get back from Japan. Don't worry. So much ironing. So much ironing that I'm not even going to do it on my cutting table, because what'll end up happening is I'll damage the cutting table. Because basically I'm working with like, what is it? I've got batting. It's a set of batting. Plywood batting and then like canvas on top. So. Okay. Unplug the steam press. We don't need the steam press on anymore. Put it back in its spot like it's supposed to be. My God. Actually back in its spot before 3 days is up. Okay, the good news is that there's at least enough vinyl at the bottom here of the new stuff that I should be able to still cut the cherry blossom branch out of it. Which is better because then it'll be a matte brown branch instead of a shiny brown branch. So that'll be good. I think there's enough actually for both. Or two, because basically it's a double-sided sign, so we're going to do front and back. And then, what I really should do is clear some of this. It's still got like all the fusible back heat and bond backing on here. Realistically, I need to clean my mats. Oh well, that's a future Katie problem. But I can peel some of this paper off, hopefully. Maybe. Nope. There we go. Jesus Christ. Alright. What was this? Oh, right. That was the one that I heard the other day. Christ on a cracker. Where did I hear that in? Oh, that was the one that I listened to the other day. That was really good. But now I've got to wait for the next one in the series. Oh, shit. What was it? Oh, The Secret Language of Dragons. It was YA. But of course dragons are really big right now, so everything's got dragons in it. But it's basically a retelling of Bletchley Park, which I'm pretty sure is where they decoded the Enigma machine, right? During World War II. But anyway, an alternative universe Bletchley Park, and it was so good. I did go into it thinking that it was a one-off, though. And by the, like, I don't know, probably about 2/3 of the way through, I'm like, oh, this is not going to be a one-off. So I'm a little bit disappointed with that. But I am not disappointed with the book in the least. It was one that I saw at Walmart one day when I was there. So I put it on my TBR to get through the library. So I was like, hey, I can put this on hold through my library. So that's what I did. So it came in the other day. So I listened, that's what I listened to over the weekend in part. And then that Thrown in the Dark by A.K. Caggiano, which I'm still listening to right now and immensely enjoying. I finished Something Wilder. Our book club book for August is Deep End by Ali Hazelwood, which will be really good. I really like what I've read of Ali Hazelwood so far, and everyone I've heard talk about this book has been raving about it, so I'm excited. But I will not be there for book clubs, so that I'm a little bit sad about that. Damn it. That's the week that we're going to be heading out to that place, Victoria, for Vibrations. Okay. Are we? Yep, good. Oh, fuck. It's like, what? Okay, we need 2 of these. Apply, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to scoot the second all the way down to the bottom so it cuts at either end. Continue. It's all connected properly and everything, and then I fucked it up. Yay. Alright, what I wanted for under this was the cricket pad for the iron, which is like buried under a bunch of shit, i.e. the tote bags that are leering at me right now. Yay. Oh, it didn't. It was actually loaded still. Okay, can I push the go button? I can push the go button. Yeah. Okay, now this one should not be mirrored. Hopefully. It didn't give me a warning about mirroring. Ooh, it's like the sun has set. What time is it? Yeah, 10 o'clock. The sun has set. And the storm has blown in. It's really moody outside. There's like this great big dark cloud over top of me in the house. But then there's like this break and then this like bank of clouds behind the mountains. It's very spectacular right now. Fucking windy as shit. Going for it right now. Don't know why I keep bending these, because we are not centering them. We are placing at our convenience. I guess we're kind of centering them, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Right there. Right there. Flippy flip. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, definitely happier than under the steam press, but still not amazing. I definitely need that tailoring ham, or maybe just even a piece of like... Yes, if you tell me that I've got a shit ton of scrap that I could be like ironing these over, it is also true. But accessing that scrap right now is another matter. So let's grab a piece of Obi. Put in there. Okay. I'm lit up like I'm a grow up in Canada, so we're going to close some of these windows or the blinds. Doesn't make it much better, but at least people can't stare into my studio. There. That's happier. Okay. So, figure out a better way to adhere the labels. Figure out a better way to adhere the labels. I think we can do that. We need the tailoring hem. Although you can't do tailoring hem because it's the wrong direction. So I think what it has to be is I just have to sew the base of these on. And then, because like this is going to be a consistent problem. Because it's this that's getting fucked up. Okay. We'll try not to this time. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hot, 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 hot. I think it's also probably just the heat of the iron making everything angry too. Yeah, do it. Do it when it's flat. Do it when it's flat. Hi-ho the dairy-ho, do it when it's flat. Could probably turn down... I want the steam for the... let's turn this down to not the top level. Because I still want the steam for the interfacing, because that'll help it adhere. Wow, that looks really good against that. It's really dark for a really pale bag. But holy fuck, does that really good. Okay, anyway, actually, you know what I can do is this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. That's maybe not perfectly straight, but I'm not moving it because it will leave a mark behind apparently. This is going every which way anyway. Okay. That needs a trim down across that side. Got a little bit like So because of course leather is a hide product, I find that it does end up with some of the, like, especially with the laser cutter. Although I did encounter this when I was branding it, of course, is like you end up with like, they look like hairs. They wouldn't be called hairs, but I guess fibers, skin fibers. Which is disturbing as that sounds, probably the best description. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But anyway, there we go. At least I figured out the ironing problem. Stinky. Okay, don't install them upside down. That would be bad. Oh, these Phoenix ones are gonna look so amazing. Fuck. Yeah, actually that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna open up, sorry, I'm just going back to that, like, if cotton stuff is still available for pre-order. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to open up pre-orders in October. Early October. Actually, I think it'll be the first thing I do after Knit City. Sounds insane. I lost count. I wasn't even counting that. Is it adhered? It's adhered. Okay, good. I was lost in, like, lost in plotting thought, future forethought. Anyway, I think we should do, I don't want why I suddenly hesitated is I'm like, I would have to, if I did that, I would have to measure everything before Knit City, and that's just a stupid idea. Because like it takes away from actual sewing for Knit City. Yeah, that one's going to be off center because, or like, yeah, right adjusted because then it's not going over the chrysanthemum there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anyway, but when we do that, then I should maybe also open up the Obi orders as well. No, that's not going to work there because, shit. Get off. Because what it does is it runs into the seam. Okay, I think I can still make it work though. I just realized by, okay, just pushing the seam up, Katie. Push the seam up with the iron. You can manipulate the fabric, lady. You can manipulate the fabric, lady. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But yeah, it would be fun to actually open up pre-orders for the Obi because then people could select what they wanted from it, and it would help me like use up my Obi stock before I go to Japan because we have enough for next year, but what I have left is less inspiring to me to make right now. I think would be the best description. So. All right, last one here. Just nice, just right there in the middle of the action. Am I covering a bunch of iridescence though? A little bit. Yeah, whatever. Right there, I think. Yeah, right there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just in case I miscounted or like was too fast. Because I do tend to have a problem or an issue with counting too fast. Okay, this one's fine because it got adhered to the top. This one needs some TLC, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to shape it or try to shape it from this side a little bit more than anything. There we go. Yeah. They are not happy. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. Turn this back up. Okay. actually do the job. Keep my fingers out of the way. I don't need another steam burn this week. I already got one from the steam press earlier. There we go. That did help most of it be worked out. So we'll try again on this side. Yep. Perfect? No. Better? Yes, actually. And actually what I'll do is I'll lay it over top of the ones that are like properly shaped, and that should help. Help it work the remainder out. This one I think just needs a little puff of steam, more or less. And then what we'll do is we'll do the same thing and lay it over top of the ones that are already shaped correctly, I guess. The other part of this is actually going to help is the fact of like when it gets sewn, it should stretch it in correctly. So, all right, hopefully, I hope so. Okay, this is the worst offender. Okay, I don't know if that actually helped or not. All right. Okay, now to the actual sewing, which means we need to cut zippers, and then we can go in and do stuff. Okay, my iron is underneath my chair. There we go. Water. It's all done. Okay, done hissing over here. I'm gonna pop it on the ironing cart, I guess. Thank fuck that vinyl cut's finally going correctly. Okay, now zippers. What do we have down here? Because most of the minis are already done, so we're not going to worry about cutting them. I'll make sure I grab them though, so I don't forget about them, I guess. Unless I just focus in on finishing what we already have mostly done, I guess. Do I try to get more done? Or do I focus in on the traveler slings and what we already have like rolling for minis? I think the second. The latter option is the more sane option. Yay! Now, the one thing I am going to have to do is I just realized I don't have any real transfer tape right now, I don't think. At least not the big stuff. I think it's mostly if I were to go in and grab like some contact paper, that's probably the best option actually. Can I use contact paper for this? Can't remember. I know there's some hacks for that, but I actually don't have any tonight. I should have thought of that. I'm not used to doing actual like vinyl transfers. I'm used to doing like, oh right, I was gonna cut off the bottom because then I can reuse this or reuse the vinyl for the other cuts. Anyway, I'm used to doing like the fabric and stuff like that. I'm not used to actually cutting out vinyl to use, so I forgot about transfer tape or like contact paper stuff. Anyway, let's get this peeled and see how it's looking. So far, so good. And then the one thing is I gotta figure out. I want the outline of the cat. I think, not the interior pieces of the cat. And yes, there's a bunch of fancy tools to like weed this and everything like that, but I don't really need that right now. I can nitpick that tomorrow when I'm more capable of that. Okay, nice. The letters actually did not fully cut out correctly. Like, this is so much easier than the heat transfer vinyl that we do for the eyeglass cases, and then a bunch of letters popped. So never mind. It is still, well, at least I don't have to worry too much about the I dots not coming off, although the E came out of the first spot for Atelier, so that'll have to be popped out right here for now. Okay, first E. But that honestly peeled extremely nicely. Now, the good thing is that I can, oh no, it broke. Oh well, this is going to be above people's heads. You're not going to be able to tell. Don't tell anyone. Just don't tell anyone. Don't tattle on me. Flynn's like, what's this? Is it food? Okay, so theoretically, I should just be able to put these back here because the cut, you can still see the cut line. And everything will be like nice and even and everything still. In theory. Right there. Perfect, actually. Awesome. All right. So there's most of it. And then, so what I'll have to weed out for this. So it's going to say bags and accessories handmade in Canada from Japanese fabrics. And then I have to weed out this cat too. Because there's a lot of detail in him to make him look fluffy and everything like that. So I think it's going to look really good. And then so this is going to be on both sides of the sign. And then I'm going to do some little cherry blossoms out of like a pink holographic, which will be really fun. And pink holographic, and along with, hopefully I have enough left over of the matte brown now to do at least one cherry blossom branch. Yeah, I'll need my actual weeding tool for a lot of this, so. Yay, big fluffy paws. Anyway, this is just like the blown up version of the cat that's on the actual leather tags. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming, which isn't so regularly scheduled. Ha ha ha. What schedule? What schedule? Okay. So all these minis have their stuff already. So what we need is zippers for the traveler slings. So stuff like, all right. So this yellow is going to get an off-white and gold. I'm like, why is my desk wet? But we were just using the iron, so that makes sense actually. Off-white and gold for this guy. Wherever the hell the end of the zipper is. And how much zipper do I actually need? Two regular 8-inch zippers. Oh, okay. Oh, half yard. Hey, Kim, how are you? Okay. So, off-white with gold, and then these guys are cut in half, right? I think they're cut in half. Right. Maybe. Working. Yeah, pretty much. I've got a show on Saturday, so I'm like, It's Japanese show as well with the shrine in Calgary, so I'm like, I should probably get some stuff done. I forgot that we need zipper tabs for these. Oh my god. Okay, well, here we go. We'll cut zippers, and then I will go scrounge up zipper tabs. God damn it. Okay, navy gold. White gold for this guy. God damn it. And then I think probably the off-white, or maybe black and gold for the Phoenix ones. Black and gold for this red. Or maybe navy and gold? Black and gold, navy and gold, who knows? We'll find out in a minute here. Okay, where's this the end of the zipper? We'll find it somewhere. It's right at the end. Oh, god damn it. Of course, I have to pull the whole thing out. Okay. There it is. Okay. That's the black and gold. That's what I'm hemming and hawing on. Where's my navy? Oh god. That's a really short piece. Oh, it's up there still. I'm like, I know we ordered navy when I ordered last. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it's just on the... For some reason, it's on the cutting table still. Probably from cutting backpacks. But who knows? I can't even answer that. Navy? Not sold on that either. Might look, I think it might look better because with the top in. It's okay. That's so convincing. The black is too stark because there's no real true black in it because of the... So the weft is all the colored threads and the warp is red, but the red is popping through at all places. So honestly, I think, yeah, we'll go with navy because that'll be, it's not as stark against the red either. Okay, now where's the end of the navy? And if anyone answers at the end, I hope you're happy. There it is. Okay. 2018. Ding. Okay. Would the smarter move have been to not do the fronts and actually do the welt pockets first? Probably. But I'm too deep in now to change what we're doing. Okay, navy. And navy and gold for the poppies, which is going to turn out spectacular as always. Super excited. And then probably navy and gold for that red and blue obi as well. This one? Sounded like a firework just went off. Oh, I don't like the gold teeth with it. Ooh, I've got this oddball blue actually, and that I think would look better. Yeah. Okay. I call it oddball because it's like not navy, but it's not, I guess maybe the closest might be a Danube. Danube? I don't know how you pronounce that, but anyway, that blue. Hey, there's a cut there already. Excellent. Okay, now this one could go... Honestly, it could go black and silver because there's quite a bit of white in it. Or it could go black and gold. I'm pretty sure I went black and gold with this brown floral last time. But I think I'm leaning towards the black and silver. Yeah, black and silver. Okay. And then the spectacular obi, I've got teal. We just have to decide if we want silver or gold with that. Looking at it from here, I think gold. And I don't know if that's going to show up on the screen, but there's actually like iridescence in that, which is super fucking cool. Which would be why I would lean towards the silver potentially. Anyway, we'll try both and see. Okay, so that's the teal and silver. Definitely want the teal background. There's no question about that. It's just whether the teeth should be that silver or if they should be the gold. So give me 1 second. Into the bin we go. Oh, the background on this one's a little bit deeper teal. Yeah, I like that because actually most of the speckle that's not iridescent is actually gold. And the the instruments and stuff like that are picked out in gold. So we'll do teal and gold for this one. Ooh. Oh, final. Okay. What is that? Vinyl on the wheel. All right. The vinyl's now in the garbage where it belongs. Okay. No. Black and gold, right? Yeah, black and gold for both the Phoenix ones. Good God. There's the other end. Okay. And so that means I can just like cut a big piece. And then with the lime green, we'll go with white and gold. And then the like off-white floral. I think I've gone off-white silver teeth as well. Okay, there we go. Black and gold. Black and gold. This is the one that I was talking about with the lime green. White and gold for that one. And like actual white, not off-white. Will look the best. Great. Yes, okay, good. Just always better to double check before we actually like cut anything. Check twice, cut once. Unlike my vinyl tonight. Oh, I'm glad I tracked down the vinyl that was like in the back. Ugh, so stupid. Oh well. Yeah, and then an off-white with silver teeth for this one because all of this detailing is in silver. Okay, now we have to go find zipper tabs. Fuck. So most of the time I match zipper tabs to the interiors, but some of these have such distinct interiors from the exteriors that's not going to work. Like this one with the silver because I'm pretty sure. Oh, that might be the Haori, which would work fine. I am actually putting all my zippers back in the box. Are they rolled up again? No. Are they at least contained in the box they're supposed to be in? Yes. That alone is a win. So let's move this at least back towards the shelf it's supposed to go in. Like that. Cover up the chair because apparently the cats are scratching the chair because there's no blanket on it right now. Just the one side. I do not understand that. They're obsessed. And they've always been obsessed with just one side of furniture. I don't know if it's the same side as the other one. We will do the Sakura cuts. Or I'll do Sakura cuts in the morning. Okay. What the hell? Measurements are these goddamn zipper tabs supposed to be 2-inch squares. Okay. Bye, Canva. Get out of here. Eck at me just throwing all my zippers into the bin. Shh. I'll panic about it later. It'll all be fine. Or it won't be. Okay, so there's gold. Okay, what do we need? There's gold for the Magatama one. For the zipper tabs. I'm going to just bring these over here. I'll come back with them as I get them. Goodbye forever. Not really. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Maybe. Okay, there's red. Now, is there enough of it? 2 by 2. Yep. There's the red for that like cotton one, although it is a different, ooh, no, it's too different of a texture. Where's the actual OB pieces? There's actual OB pieces. Okay, so that one can come from the actual OB as well. That's better. Okay. Good. 2 down. Too many to go. Is that the blue for this? No, that is not the blue for this. Is that the blue for this? No, but it is close enough. We're going to go with close enough. It's actually the blue from the hexagon bag, but it's navy. I'm good enough with that right now. Unless that's a piece of it right there. That's a piece of it right there. Saved. Okay. Because we could make it from the hoppy pieces. No, we can't. Actually, do I need... Yeah, because I only need 2 pieces, I think. Whatever. Okay. There's enough for the Phoenix bags. Pull them out of the stack. Didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm just staring at it right here. I'm like, didn't I already bring over, like, stuff for the green obi? But it's... No, that was the Magatama one. It's just very bright. Same as that one. There is the iridescent. Actually, I'll be picky about that one, and I'll see if I can do teal on one end and silver on the other. That would be really fucking cool to be able to do. I think the cuts allow me to do that. Well, there's definitely enough from that flower, the brown flower one. Just tells me that there's probably enough from the red and blue circle one. Yes. And then we need the floral, the pink floral one here. Although I've not seen any pieces of it, and it's, oh, there. Well, it's like a beige. It's just a beige. Oh, whatever, it blends in. Zipper tabs aren't really meant to stand out. Orange, 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 orange. I need the cranes. Come here, crane. I don't see. Hey, there's one tiny piece. I think I can eke it out of that. Okay. Sweet. Now, do I have... Hey, Flynn. What are you inspecting right now, buddy? Yes, okay, good. I do have got one of my rulers right here that'll work for this. Because I could piece it together with the 1x6, but we're not going to piece it together. Sweet. Have a good night, my dear. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on all day tomorrow, so. Okay. Bed would feel good, but it's not bedtime yet. Fucking Twitch. It's like just constantly like, hey, you can purchase viewers. Hey, you can purchase viewers. And it's like, I don't want to purchase viewers. Okay. Hi, what's up? Okay, and then we're supposed to be sewing them to the thingamabobber, and the thingamabobber being the zipper. And then the zipper gets put into the bag for the bottom, and then the top, along with the top piece, gets installed, and then we do the top stitching. And then we're... Oh shit, I need to do a crap ton of stabilizer. And then we need to do leather. Okay, so they're all very rapidly approaching the leather stage. The leather stage. But zipper tabs first. So I need 2 2-inch pieces, 2-inch squares. So if I did it like this, and if I was smart, what I would do is I would get a marking tool of some description, and then I would mark out the square that I need. Like this. And then we will trim it out of the obi. texture on that is really hard on my eyes. Ugh. It's like horizontal twill. Guess it's like the best description. That's not the best description, but it is a description of it, maybe. Ugh. Okay, you can make. I think I can do 2 more hours. 2 more hours. If I do 2 more hours, I bet you we can get all the fronts of these done, which would be amazing. And then, why did I put that over there? Jesus, Katie. Anyway, 2 more hours, and we probably could get the majority of this done, and then we can. Then I'll feel victorious, and I can go sleep. I did not sleep well last night, so that's part of this. Dallas didn't either, so it was like we were both tossing and turning, and that's never a fun situation for anyone. So yay. I don't think either of the kids came in until later either, which was wild. I'm super, oh man. I'm like just thinking about what I'm going to actually take for content in Japan, and part of it is going to be the, I'm not going to be able to live stream it. Live streaming for us got wrecked in Japan. Because before they'd kind of turn a blind eye to like filming it in public, but now it's like no, because there's people who are just being absolute dipshits about it. But anyway, I had originally planned that I was going to like live stream Toji next time I went, but that's not going to happen. However, I am going to film it still, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I am excited about that, because then what I can do is edit it basically when we get home, and it can be a video afterwards. So, because Toji is the flea market that I go buy a lot of my obi at, and now kimono. And I've told Dallas I think I want to go do Kitano Temmangu as well. Because, well, they're on, so there's like one market's on the 21st, one market's on the 25th, and those are the 2 big ones in Kyoto. There's other smaller ones, but like for my purposes, those are the best ones for me to go to. Actually, the spectacular obi, the teal one, came from Kitano Temmangu. But yeah, I was like, do you know what? Honestly, we're going to be like in here, Katashi, on the 25th. I should just go to both markets, because why not? I'm already there. So I might do that. It is checkout day, so that's, but we'll have, whatever. We'll have shipped our luggage, and I just take my backpack. Yeah. And I won't have shopped Tokyo for fabric yet, so it's like I can plan in any kimono and obi that I buy there anyway, so whatevs. I think it's a sound plan. It's not the craziest plan I've ever had, that's for sure. Definitely have had crazier, like starting a business to sell bags made from Japanese fabrics. Look at how that's going. And I'm actually not saying that sarcastically. I listened to myself afterwards. Like, sounds like I'm being sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic. Look at how it's actually going. It's ridiculous and awesome. And I appreciate the fact that I am actually able to do this. Physically and mentally. I think those are 2 big caveats we need to know. Can I make it work? Oh, it's just right for the tab and the teal, and then we'll do the other tab out of the silvers, because one side's more silver and one side's more teal. And then we have to install, I just realized we will have to install all the zipper tabs before we do this, because the zipper tabs have to go like, yeah, or the zipper pulls have to go on before the zipper tabs. So next step will not be sewing the zipper in, but instead installing zipper pulls, which means I was like, that means I should like, oh, it's cat, not child. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but it's Dahlia upstairs screaming, not a child upstairs screaming. Dallas is upstairs, so it's not like I have to go up, but damn cat. Anyway, what was I blathering on about? Who knows? I lost track. Good. Okay, and then green. Oh boy. Christmas bags in July. We would never. Oh, that's too organized for us, I think. Or at least for me. Do I want to be the maker? Yes, 100%. Am I that maker? No. Ooh, so I did actually go to my doctor because in May, granted, I did have that like weird upper respiratory hacky cough and stuff like that. But my A1C, which is the diabetic measure, of course, went up quite significantly. And it hadn't previously. And given that I was like training for the half still and everything, and I was still actually running, it was like I would look at food and my sugars would shoot up. So it was weird. At least that's what it felt like. Obviously in hyperbole, but you get the gist now. Anyway, it was super weird. So I went to my doctor and I'm like, okay, there's been also like some period shifts and all of this. And I'm like, so there's been some stuff going on and I'm not 100% sure what's going on. So the doctor's actually going to send me for like some hormone testing and stuff like that, which I'm super excited about. I don't think it's been happening long enough to say I'm in perimenopause, but I do remember my mom starting to like experience perimenopausal symptoms about this age as well. I also forgot to mention the like funk. I still, because in part, I still don't know if it was a depression funk or just a holy shit, I'm burnt out funk. I call them the doldrums funk that like looks like depression or smells like depression, but is actually just burnout or whatever, doldrums. But yeah, I forgot to mention that as well, because that could actually be an indicator as well. Anyway, I don't think there's anything serious going on, but I do want, like, it's like, even if there isn't, it's nice that she's sending me for the tests, get the blood work done, and if there's nothing wrong, hey, I've got a baseline, which then when I do go into the change, because I'm 100% becoming a cat, I guess, we have a good idea of where I should have been at, or at least hopefully better. I kind of wish we had tested last year. I asked to be tested last year because I'm like, I would love to get a baseline. Being out of postpartum and everything like that, I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is happening soon. But oh well. Yeah. Okay, so now we gotta be strategic. Do the zipper pulls that need like black top stitching, which is actually the majority of them, so that's at least good. But there are a few that need white top stitching, which, hi, get in line. So how much do you want to bet that the ones that have dark top stitching are the ones that get done this week? If I was a gambling woman, I would probably bet quite a bit. YouTube, that is not serious. I am not taking any gambling or lottery bets on my work. Twitch, that is not serious. That was a joke. I would need a completely different license for lottery. Oh, goodness. Okay, that didn't actually take as long as I was anticipating. I'm extremely glad that I just kind of left all the cuts on the cutting table. Bad habit, I know, but sometimes it pays off. Obviously, in this case, it paid off. I do actually want it justified over here instead of down there. So I'm going to trim this off instead. And if you're like, Katie, why didn't you draw on this one? Because the pink would not show up. No way in hell it would show up on this Obi. Could I have done it on the back on the interfacing? Yeah. But where's the fun in that? Living on the edge. Hey, cat. Yeah, are you having a good time? Oh, she scratches. Your nose just popped. What the hell? Oh, cat. Okay. Alright, so the Magatama is definitely not one that's going to get black top stitching. It'll get white top stitching. Basically what I'll do is I'll match the top stitching to the top stitching that is around the zipper. So like this is white top stitching. This is black top stitching. So yeah. So now, yeah, do we focus in on the... Well, yeah, we're going to focus in on the black top stitching ones right now, and then I guess we'll go on from there. Should I do leather while I'm here? Actually, I need leather and I need stabilizer. I've got snap stabilizer here for at least all of the Obi bags, so that's good. But I need the stabilizer rectangles, which I thought I had some prepped and ready to go down here. No. I know that there's stabilizer, like spare stabilizer in the... No, that's snap jars and stuff. Okay. Anyway, there is stabilizer down in that thing. You're like, Katie, what the fuck are you talking about? The thing with the thing with the thing. Okay, everything fell off, of course. That's okay. Oh yeah, okay, so that's all the black leather ones for the minis, and then this is all the ones... No, we'll get the zippers installed and top stitched. And then I'll worry about stabilizers and... Stabilizers. Worry about it later. Okay, we're down to construction length. These are all the ones that need to be dark stitched. We need zipper pulls. Should I zipper pull everything? I don't know. Probably. Okay, but we'll still stack it up in top stitch colors, because then I don't have to worry about that. No. Are we doing zippers? May as well do zippers. Am I doing zippers on the minis? No. No, I'm not going to do zippers on the minis. Okay. We'll do zippers on here. I need one. Am I doing zippers on the wheel pockets? May as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 gold. So 18 gold. It's not that drawer, it's the next one down. And 1, 2, so 4. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 17, 18. Fine, fuck it. Let's do these ones for the... Yeah. Okay. So 18 gold. 18 And that, because that'll do front and back zipper, because then the welt pocket zippers are done too. And then for the minis, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Apparently 0 silver. 14, 15. 0 silver in that pile. 15 gold for these guys. And I still need the silver. Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and we need to make a zipper pull order. Yeah, pretty soon. Okay. Damn it. Supplies. Oh, in July for in July. Oh God. Pull up further. There we go. 2, 4 silver. Now, obviously, these aren't actually made from those metals. They're just those colors. Okay. Now, zipper pull jig, zip pull jig. Where did the zip pull jig go? There it is. As I move the laptop on my extremely fancy Eggo toaster waffle laptop stand. Very fancy. Only the highest quality here. Oh boy. Okay, I do actually need to see, how do I install, which direction does the mini traveler zipper go? I think it goes from short to tall. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't, the direction on the traveler slings don't matter yet. But short to tall, short to tall, short to tall. Short to tall, short to tall, short to tall, short to tall. Because these guys, the next step that they need is I need to actually sew the, tack down the pocket. So that'll be next, I think. Okay. Short to tall, short to tall, short to tall. Nice smooth zipper. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put them back into their leather piles, and then I was going to say that we'll prep the leather, but no, we're going to sew the fronts of the travelers because prepping leather is going to take more mental energy than I have right now. Although, honestly, sewing the fronts doesn't take that long, realistically. Yeah, whatever. If I have to pause and we go into welt pockets, we go into welt pockets. And if you're laughing at me because that sounds like more work, it probably is, but it's just a bunch of rectangles. We figured out the hacks that we need to do for that one. Although I should actually film more footage for that because I was a dum-dum and deleted the footage that I had recorded from the overhead camera for the welt pockets. I was like, holy fuck. So pissed off on myself. So that may or may not happen tonight. There's a lot of work to do, so who knows. If it does, you'll just see stuff disappear from the YouTube stream for a couple minutes, i.e. the scrolling script of upcoming events. Actually, how far are we along? Yeah, okay. We're into vibrations. So, recap for the summer for anyone who's in Calgary. I will be at, in order, July 5th, Mid-Year Festival at Usagi Jinja, which is the Japanese shrine in Calgary. July 12th, I will be at Ancient Arts Yarns for their annual Stampede Pancake Breakfast. And then on... Jesus, just completely blanked. On July 18th and 19th, I will be at Omatsuri at Max Bell Center. And I will be there for the night market and then for Saturday as well. So that'll be a lot of fun. I have not done the night market yet. I am extremely excited to be able to do the night market this year. Just the logistics of it for the last couple of years since Dallas has been out of town have just been daunting. But he's home this year, so I get to do it. It's exciting. And then for fall shows, I currently have, what do I have confirmed so far? I have Fibre Shindig confirmed for October 18th. My last race of the season is October 25th. That's exciting. I was also very glad that those dates did not overlap. Knit City. Knit City Vancouver kicks off fall shows. So we got Knit City Vancouver on September something, 26th to 28th at the P&E Forum. And then we have Fibre Shindig, October 25th. By the way, Vibrations is in August in Victoria, because I did jump over that. That's why I jumped over Knit City as well. So yeah, Omat City. And then Vibrations in Victoria on August 17th or 18th. It's in the upcoming events thing. And then the fall events get kicked off with Knit City Vancouver at the end of September 26th through 28th. Vendor market open for the 27th and 28th. And then, Shindig. And then hopefully I'm not so sick that I can't do the Japanese Bazaar in November, unlike last year. And we'll also open up the custom orders at that point as well. So that you can come, order what you want. I have to figure out a date for that. So yeah, and then we'll be cutting. So trajectory right now is we have a shit ton to finish before I technically should cut anything more. So I think for Knit City, we'll go in and we're going to try to do I want to finish the Kato, I think is the first order of business for Vibrations and for Knit City. And I have a feeling we're going to have to end up cutting more Kato, which means that we'll also cut more large box bags. I don't know if we'll sew more large box bags. It'll depend on how they sell over the next little bit. We'll finish up the small box bag cuts that I already have, and then we should also finish up the tote bags. Mostly so that I have the room to do new cuts and to clear up this leering tower of tote bags. And then also, I want to troubleshoot those passport folders and figure out what I have to do to get them sewn. Or if I need to abandon it and get a new pattern, because that is totally possible. I think I probably could still end up... Oh, this one didn't get... Oh, the dark ones didn't get top stitched on the top. That's fine. Okay. We had to do it before we close up the pocket. Actually, that doesn't even matter for the top portion. The bottom portion is the one that matters. Anyway, yeah, passport folders. I want to figure out, but that is a fall project now. Yeah. There's stuff to do. There's a lot of sewing to do this fall. Passport folders would be a good one for the Japanese market in November, though, so I'll maybe try and focus in for that more than anything. So what's next? Got all these. I think the next thing we should work on is the stitch and go case. No, backpacks. Backpacks, especially for Omatsuri because it's a little bit more everybody slanted. And then we're going to try and get the stitch and go case for Vibrations. That's right. And then maybe we can experiment and get the zip and grip rolling for Knit City. Not like I don't have enough other things to make, but you know, the backpack especially needs to go or get developed and rolling because I have been asked for backpacks consistently in the last few years. So we'll get that one figured out first. Well, I think we're pretty set. I think we've got it figured out pretty good. Good God, why is this one fighting so hard? Some of these zippers sometimes just like are like, nah, we're not doing this nonsense today. It's like, but you're supposed to be a zipper. This isn't nonsense. This is your job. Okay. I did not anticipate so much fight back from zippers tonight, but all right, here we are. Well, because I think I'm on the right side for the number 5s as well. Maybe that's the problem. Is it like, because I don't think they fit on this side. Do they? No. Okay. Let's try putting it in like this, maybe? Nope, it doesn't. Also doesn't like it that way. Oh, I see why. Okay, let's put it in this way now. No, it doesn't actually go from the front. Interesting. That's wild. Okay. So we have to do it from this direction. Okay, so one side's going in just fine. One side is not. Oh my god. Come on, zipper, come on, zipper, come on, zipper, zipper, zipper. Come on, zipper, come on, zipper, you can do it. Okay, let's put this side in first, maybe? Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, if it does not work this time, it's going into timeout for tonight. God damn. It's just like refusing. Okay, I'm not gonna give up. Don't give up. Okay. It's quite a ways in there. So hopefully it can like latch on now. Holy fucking hell. Yeah. Fuck me. Not in a fun way either. That was bad. Okay. It zips fine now that it's on. Okay. Birds. Birds. Wait. Surprised I didn't put a silver zipper in this one. There's probably a reason for that, but yeah, it's just like, wait, I better check the zipper teeth. Why isn't it silver? Okay. Brown. The brown leather pile starts. This is actually Obi. I don't know if that's oh yeah, you can totally see that, but it's like koi and waves. Super fun. I really liked it as the traveler's thing as well, but in some ways I actually like it better here because it's well framed by this project. I know there's a lot of dithering over getting the this fish cut out properly, but worth it dithering. Okay, last minute to get its zip pulls. Now it's traveler sling time. Yay! Okay. I don't know why I'm dithering about it. I'm like, well, I could do them white top stitchy ones later, but there's no point. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate. Just do it now. It's not fitting in the jig. There we go. Come on. Thank you. So stiff. What the hell? Better. Not perfect, but better. Okay. I am going to do both these zippers right now because then they're just done. I probably should have done that. The minis too, because I'll just have to do them here soon for the welt pocket. But there's actually there's less work in steps on the minis right now because their fronts are basically assembled versus the traveler slings, which we're just starting more or less. But I don't know. I'm here physically. My brain did not enter the room maybe yet. Oh, I don't even know right now. Okay. Gold. Gold. Again, Flynn is on quality control inspector duty tonight. He's curled up beside the laptop on the backpack foam because apparently he likes the backpack foam. Actually, that doesn't surprise me. It's probably more insulating than even the fabric is. I wonder if Dahlia's down here. She is not. I am shocked that she is not actually. Oh no, she was upstairs screaming. About something. I don't even know what, but something. Gold zippers. There's the other one for that bright green, lime green. If you're like, Katie, why is it going on the floor? Because we're going to, we got to do this pile first because it's all the dark top stitching, and then I don't have to swap the thread. Totally logical, right? Actually, then what I should do is I should do the welt pockets for. Yeah, okay, so these are probably what's going to end up coming with me to Usagi Jinja on Saturday, simply because it's like, then I don't have to swap the thread as much. Because if I do all the dark ones, I can just top stitch them dark. And then I can swap to white for the interiors or something, I don't know. Which means I should actually finish stitching the tops of these minis as well. Most of the denim ended up with light stitching. But then I'll have to switch back to them for a while. Whatever the hell it is. And yes, I dislike changing thread that much. I know it's a cat problem. And if you've been around a while, though, you know full well how much I detest it. I don't even know why. It's not like it's even hard. It's not a serger. My serger isn't even hard. It's just one of those things I dislike. Feels inefficient. It's swapping thread. Don't even get me started on bobbins. It's even worse. Worse cat problems than having to switch thread, to be honest. I was supposed to change the needle. Whoops. I was like, I'll change the needle, and I changed the bobbin. And then I switched to black thread. I even switched black thread bobbins. Okay, let's change the thread after this zipper pull installation round. Oh, God. Okay, there's the other silver. Okay, where are we at? I'm going to install the zippers on these next. And then if nothing else, we'll go in and we'll do the welt pockets on the traveler slings. Not the minis, probably, because the minis are mostly white thread stitching. I want to top stitch the remainder of those minis that we have, like, I'd say a third done, probably. Where's that? There it is. Okay, good. stitch the other ones. Work on the fronts. We need stabilizer and we need leather for the fronts. Right, because I was like, okay, well, if I don't cut that tonight, because that does take some mental finagling, we could go in and do welt pockets. So that's probably welt pockets. That's probably what we'll do after we get the fronts to the point of needing to prep more stuff. Because stabilizer and leather are morning tasks. Morning brain tasks, not 11 o'clock at night brain tasks. Have I done it? Yes. Was I this blisteringly tired last year? I don't think so. Just that. I don't know. I think it's just... yeah. You know, I said that we were like probably going to go back to Japan with the kids and like full family trip again in February of 2026, giving up a solo trip. And I'm like, do I regret that decision? Some days. Last time I did a solo trip like without anyone, just myself, it was like so restorative. It was amazing. And like, yes, I could go get a hotel room here and stuff like that, but it's just like, I don't know. I think it's like I'm too reachable if I'm still like in the city and stuff like that. And like Knit City, Vancouver is going to be really nice because I will be out of town. Like, yeah, there's a difference. Plus, I'm still trying to figure out what I would even do by myself. Like, I don't know, maybe I should start doing nights at hotels for a break when movies I really want to watch are out or something like that, or like a book I really want to read. Although I'm like so out of the book scene in some ways, as much as I read, I still am not keeping up. There's nothing like that has sparked like, oh my God, I gotta buy it and then read it, like consume it in a day. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, here's the thing. If it was like a vast emergency, I could still be home within like probably a 16-hour period sort of thing, right? So like I'm not so far away, but probably it's just like a little bit of if I was doing like a hotel stay in like Calgary or Banff or whatever, because I'm spoiled to have that, like the choice. Like my husband can hold down the fort. I'm not worried about that part, but it's like, it's not enough of a distance, I guess, maybe. Separation? Yeah, it's not as much of enough separation in some ways. Vancouver is better, but I'll be in Vancouver for work. Japan was work when I went, but I actually did have a couple of days built into it where it was like all I was doing was, well, I visited with a friend one day, 2 days actually, and like it was just nice. Okay. Zipper pulls are in. I love my family, but I also really enjoyed those solo trips. Yeah, I think so. I think that's it, right? So, and like maybe not a long enough time, as much as that sounds extremely spoiled. Like 2 days would still feel amazing, but like a week feels better. Oh, yeah. There are a few things I miss. It's like one of the big things I miss after having kids is I do miss traveling with just Dallas. That was, especially because it's like not only have we had like the pinch of extra monetary amount going out, but which is fine. We knew that going into it, but we're also still like in the pandemic recovery, in the fact that like we just haven't even physically been able to do it for that first little bit, because like the whole plans were to travel with the eldest. Within the first few months they were supposed to be going, like first 6 months we were supposed to do a big like family trip to Japan, because at that point Dallas hadn't been back in like 3 years. So by the time we actually get him back to Japan, he'll have been out of Japan for longer than I was between my exchange and return. Because it'll have been, he was 2017, so 2026. So yeah, like 8.5 years. Because the last trip was, for him, was November 2017. Whereas, and then we'll be back in February of 26. Okay. Cut 2. We've cut all the things. Now take this, and we've installed all the zipper pulls, right? Yes. Wrong side up. I do have to fold this over. That's a long time too, yeah. That's a tough one right now. I don't think we actually own timeshare with Disney and stuff like that, so we're going to use the points in Tokyo, because I did tell him, I'm like, I don't think I want to go down to the States for the next few years. Temporary. We will still go back, but not right now. Okay. Does it actually give me... Oh, Jesus. That's insane. So you're on the island, right? You're like far up island then? Or far up the like west coast sort of thing, I'm guessing. The ticket prices in Canada are ridiculous. Like, it is still, well, and here's the other part of it though, is it's like, yeah. Our flights to Japan are going to cost us like, are going to probably be cheaper than flying to Montreal, or comparable. They're definitely comparable to flying down to Florida direct, which is insane. And because it's double the distance. I actually looked that up the other day. I'm like, is this like, because I was telling Dawson, I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if we could just like drive to Japan? And he gave me this like horrified look. I'm like, yeah, I know. He's like, it'd be so long. And I'm like, I know it'd be long, but like, how long would it, or how far would it be? And yeah, it's almost double. And driving down to Florida itself is like daunting enough. It's like, ooh. So Vancouver to Japan is 9.5 hours. For us, from Calgary, because I'm in Alberta, we are extremely lucky that WestJet brought back the direct flight from Calgary. Air Canada used to have it, and then I can't remember. I almost feel like they took it off their roster before the pandemic, but definitely during the pandemic, and they've just never brought it back. Which, whatever, WestJet brought it back. So, or brought it in instead. So for us, it's going to be a 10.5-hour flight from Calgary direct. Which is better than laying over in Vancouver. And I don't actually mind a layover in Vancouver, but with the kids, I'm like, well, and honestly, WestJet just shifted their points program, and it's going to be vastly cheaper than flying on air miles or with cash, obviously. But so the flight I was looking at with air miles, which was the best option up until April, was 16 hours. That's the lowest amount of time we could have had to be in transit. And I looked at Dallas and I'm like, that's like worth any kind of really upcharge. The only thing that I'm kind of sad about still, and still kind of like annoyed about, is that I could have gotten tickets with JAL, which, honest to God, I would fly JAL any day I could. But the taxes and fees for them were significant. Like, they're like, well, okay. So I was looking at $2,200, I think, for 4 to fly Air Canada with the taxes and fees, because with air miles you can't pay for you can pay for everything except fuel surcharges and taxes. So that's actually the benefit we're getting from WestJet right now, is we can pay for everything except for the like $200 in taxes for 2 people sort of thing. Significant savings, like insane amounts. But as long as Dallas has enough airline miles. But JAL, also through air miles, had a comparable like air cost in air miles. But then their taxes were more expensive. I think they were looking at like $3,800, but that included a bag, from what I could tell, and it was JAL, so it's like it's just a nicer plane. And they also still have the like 242 set up. But it was like, well, okay, so it was $3,000 on the way out, but then it was $5,000 on the way back. And guess which taxes and fees you have to pay? The $5,000. And I'm like, well, at that point, I may as well just be paying cash for the direct flight. Jesus. So we have the WestJet MasterCard because it gets us companion vouchers. And now that the points have shifted around, is far more valuable for us right now. And honestly, that is probably the best value to do a premium economy flight. We're not doing that. We'll just be an economy. Again, monetary with the kids and stuff like that. But with the air miles, I do the BMO, the World Elite one, because I find that that has the best earn rate. And I have been with air miles for 36 now, 19 years or something stupid. Because I opened up my first bank account with BMO in part to collect air miles. So, because then yeah. But anyway, that's what we use. And I'm pretty sure with BMO, you can also use it with a debit card and stuff like that. So yes, we do pay the fees. They pay themselves back, obviously, in what we save in flights. So our plan right now is it's like we'll use the WestJet points for this year. And then if we do go back as a family in 27, which everything is pointing towards yes, we'll use the air miles then. So it'll be a shorter trip though, so like it won't be quite as like I won't be as nitpicky about like about it. So maybe we'll get JAL flights then. Maybe JAL flights will be cheaper then. I don't know. It is hilarious to look at the WestJet versus JAL flights, because WestJet is partnered with JAL, and it's like the business class on WestJet. So you get the nice lay flat seats with the Dreamliner, blah, 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 blah. Direct from Calgary is like the same price or sometimes cheaper than the cash economy price for the cash economy price for JAL. It's like, what the fuck? That's ridiculous. Although I will admit that their plane is probably far nicer anyway. So we have flown that plane with Air Canada when they were doing direct from Calgary. The wild thing about this is they still kept the direct flight from Toronto to Tokyo, which, oh my God, that has to be a brutal flight. Because what is it? It's 4.5 hours from Calgary to Toronto. So it has to be like I have to look this up. It has to be like a 15-hour flight from Toronto to Tokyo. Although when I was on the flight from search by route, there we go. YYZ, right? Yeah. When I was on that solo trip to Japan in 2022, there was like this little kid that was up at the front, and I was like, oh, like from Vancouver. I was like, oh, this is a long flight. And they're like, yeah, they did a 14 or 15-hour flight to Singapore in September at like 9 months. And I'm like, oh, well, this is nothing then. Okay, actually, so Toronto to Tokyo is not as eye-goggingly long as I thought. 12.5 hours. Still brutal. But not as brutal as I thought. Anyway, what they'd do, though, is they'd fly that flight to Calgary, and then they would, like, so it's still a direct flight. What is that called? There's non-stop, and then there's direct. So it's still a direct flight to Tokyo, but there's a stop in Calgary. So I guess that's the difference is, like, excuse me. now Calgary to Tokyo with WestJet is direct, non-stop direct. There we go, whatever you want to call it, non-stop. So anyway, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm just excited to go back to Japan. I'm like, however we can get there within our budget. I did actually email the hotel in Hirokatashi, and they booked the hotel through email, which was fucking amazing of them. I did not actually anticipate that. I just emailed to ask when they actually like started or opened up booking, because a lot of hotels in Japan don't open up booking until like 3 months beforehand. Super annoying. But it's like one of my pet peeves about going to Japan. Especially when I like to plan out this far in advance. It's not like I'm trying to book hotels for 27, but it's July. I'm like, anyway. But yeah, so we've confirmed the approximate cost and everything like that for that, which dropped from like the hotel that I had booked in Kyoto, not accidentally, but I duped myself into thinking it was within the budget. High budget, but budget. Ended up being like $4,000 when I was anticipating about $2,500. Because I'd been looking at the American pricing. So anyway, canceled that right away. But the hotel in Hirokatashi for like, actually not bad. It's 2 like Japanese twin beds, which are larger, and a couch and stuff like that, which will be good with the kids. Like they'll have a space and like a visiting space with this friend. And for doing snack reviews, will be like $1,800, which is far more manageable. Yes, Korea is on the list. Hong Kong. My friend actually lives in Hong Kong. That's where she's coming from for Japan. Eventually, I want to go to Greece. That's been high on my list for a while. Australia. We're definitely more focused on Asia and Asia Pacific than a lot of European countries. My husband actually lived in Indonesia during high school because his dad was over there for oil and gas. So his travel bent's always been more Asian as well. But yeah, Singapore is definitely a place I want to get back to. Hong Kong. Korea is on the list eventually, sort of thing. At this point, we're kind of waiting, I think, for the kids to be a little bit older. The nice thing about Japan is I'm so familiar with it, or at least familiar enough with it, and it's like comfortable. I do laugh though at all the people who are like, we're gonna go see so many places, and then it's like, and then they booked 3 more trips to Japan, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds like us right now. India is not high on the list, but I do have a friend who has family there. So if I were to ever do it, I'd want to go with her for sure. So Australia, New Zealand, there's a bunch. Eventually, it'll all happen eventually. And you know what? If it doesn't, Japan is fucking amazing. I just got to figure out how to like leverage my air miles points to get to those other places. Dallas does want to go run a lot of the world majors and then stuff like that. So the marathons. So London, Berlin, Tokyo. He's applying for Tokyo for next year. So that'll be a good way for us to get to a lot of these places as well. I really want to go run the Singapore marathon. Don't ask me why. Singapore, what else is the other one? Actually, once we start traveling back to the States, there's a half marathon in Las Vegas, and they run it at night down the strip, which is super cool. And yeah, I'm actually really excited about that one. I'm not big on Vegas, but I'd love to run down the strip at night. That would be fucking cool. If you stick to the like main cities and stuff like that, you're going to be fine with the language. And it's actually improved quite a bit, even the last like, so between when I went in, what was my last trip? 2018? Yeah, May of 2018 and the like return trip in 2022. the language barriers dropped even more significantly. Now, if you want to go out into the countryside, Japanese is going to make life easier. But if you're sticking mostly to like the main areas and even like lesser known tourist areas like Kanazawa and all of them, you're going to be fine. Learn some basics. Google Translate is your friend. I don't know much of the language. Here's the thing. I've got grammar. Grammar stuck with me. Vocabulary. It's good. My kids are going to start Japanese next year, grade 1. And I'm actually really excited because it'll be a good like impetus for me to continue or relearn a lot. I do a kanji program that does a lot of vocab, but that doesn't mean much unless you're using it, and I'm not using it. That's the problem. So it just kind of atrophies between trips. Now, if I did the kanji program more, I'd be better off, but it doesn't happen as often. But no, seriously, like, especially with Tokyo having won the Olympic bid for 2020, of course, a lot of that work still happened. And then, so, like, Tokyo is extremely multilingual on your, like, main lines and stuff like that now. Kyoto, Osaka, I've never had an issue unless I was, like, yeah. I can't think of, like, anything that was a daunting issue, to be honest. Konnichiwa. Actually, right now it's konbanwa, or good evening. The hardest part for me sometimes with Japanese is that it is a slight tone-based system, and I apparently am actually tone deaf, at least when I'm speaking it. And apparently I always change kawaii to kawaii. That's what they would hear a lot. So, yay. It's like, I'm not saying scary, I'm saying cute, I promise. At least that's what the Japanese teachers at U of C were saying. Like, great. Okay. And then, like, knowing your numbers and stuff like that is good if you're going to temple markets and things, because you can barter a little bit and stuff like that. If you're not going to, like, the insane sites, like, I will not probably go back to Kiyomizu-dera until the kids are old enough to go back to it. And, like, we'll be strategic about some of our stuff, because, like, I still want to go to Fushimi Inari and do my prayer and Ema and everything like that. So, like, we're not really going to avoid it. I don't know. We stayed, like, right in central Kyoto, right around the train station in May of 23, and I did not see the over-tourism problem. It was the busiest with school kids that I'd ever seen it, like, ever, even during the year that I was on exchange. So there was that. That was insane. So many middle schoolers traveling, which makes sense. They're also trying to make up for, like, time, or it just was, like, the time for, I don't know, school trips, but holy crap. But yes, there's lots of places to visit outside Kyoto as well. It's just that's, like, the area that I am most familiar with and hence most comfortable with as well. Okay. Plus my temple markets and Nomoda Taylor. Yuzuwaya. Oh, Kyoto. I love you. Okay. We're starting zippers, yay, we're here. Starting zippers. Okay, so fold that in half. This in half. Yes, there's marks to, like, transfer. Do I transfer them? No. Never. I also don't do the trim down because I always figure it'll get trimmed down when I trim the bottom. So Here we go. Now, what is the SEAM allowance supposed to be? My school was not in Kyoto. So we're staying in the city where I was an exchange student, which is Hirokatashi, which is technically in Osaka. But Hirokatashi is like halfway between Osaka and Kyoto. So, and honestly, there's so many historical sites in Kyoto that I was way more interested in seeing. Osaka is very new. It's a very cool city, but it is very new because it did get firebombed during the war. Yeah, here's the thing. If I had to pick between the two, I would choose Kyoto. But that does not mean that I dislike Osaka, I guess. The thing about it, yeah, it's funny because like Osaka is very distinct compared to Tokyo and everything like that. Oh, right, this has got to go on with the top piece. We're good. But yeah, I was at Kansai Gaidai in Hirokatashi. So that's part of why we end up going back to that area a lot too. So it's because it's just familiarity. And that's why we're going to stay in that city as well when we're there. So off the beaten path. I didn't, but again, could have been where I was. It might be. I know it exists, but I think it also is getting a little bit more standardized throughout the years as well. Yeah. It is funny because I think the best example of the Osaka dialect is actually freaking Kiro from Cardcaptor Sakura, which is hilarious to me. But yeah, I didn't notice a lot of it. Did I not hear it? Maybe. That's totally possible too, right? But yeah, I didn't notice it personally. The big thing you notice is yeah, I know you always hear about it with Osaka. They're definitely still viewed as the hicks of the country in some ways. Maybe not as much as like countryside hicks, but like definitely the slapstick side of the comedy duo. That's probably the better description. The slapstick side of the comedy duo for sure. Fuck, where did I put the pieces for that? Red one. Oh, they're down under the pile. Okay, so we'll pop that on there. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's probably the best description of Osaka to most of Japan. But when I'm planning out like a greatest hits tour, it's Kyoto that I'm most familiar with and where we end up spending most of our time too. That's actually, I got to chat with the friend who's going to come visit with us of like, I think she didn't quite understand quite where we were staying. So we're going to have a chat and just like plot everything out. Cause I'm like, honestly, everything is flexible except for like 2 days of this plan. But I have a feeling she might want to stay like in, given that we are going to mostly be in Kyoto. I think it feels like she'll probably want to stay in Kyoto as well. So, because I did have day trips out to like Himeji and Kobe and stuff like that. But like stuff, whatever. Stuff can shuffle. I don't fucking care in some ways. And if she's got stuff that she wants to see, that's good too, because then that's something new for me to see, which is always exciting. Okay. I keep hearing about people doing like cruises around the island and stuff like that, and I really would love to do that. They're stupid expensive as cruises. Well, actually they might not be. I should look into it closer, but it would just be really cool. Yeah, I do my fabric. So I go into Kyoto for Nomura Tailor, and that's where I do the temple markets, because that's what I learned about when I was at school as well. We got told by our history professor that there's a temple market every 21st of the month at Toji, and then we went every month that we were there. Bought my first kimono there, which I have. No, I kept the kimono. I cut up the underrobe that I had for it. Because I was like, this is 100% not my style anymore. may as well go into the business. So this one looks messed up. Wonder. No, okay. But anyway, yeah, so it's like Toji and then Noma Taylor in Kyoto. And then Tokyo, there's the whole fabric town, which is where I go for that. Nippori. Oh, I'm excited. Where are we? July? So we still got 7 months. Oh my god, it's over a half year still. Fuck. Yeah, that is so crooked. Okay, we're going to run. No, I gotta take that off. It's like actually impacting the zipper usage. So, okay, what time are we? 11:30. But Noma Taylor does actually ship now. They have an online shop. It doesn't work well for my needs, but if you're looking for just a couple meters or a few meters of something, it's probably the best. It's definitely the cheaper option than going to Japan for it. The only way mine makes it worth it is just the sheer volume that I'm capable of bringing back without having to pay for the shipping, basically. And also not paying for the middleman and everything like that. Then there's the whole, like, benefits of, like, being able to see and feel the fabric and, like, have the story and all of this, too. So, and, like, what a roundabout and wild way to be able to lean back into my actual exchange. Because here's the thing, in university I was an English major. There was zero practical reason to send me to Japan in some ways. So I had been talking about for a while, but I did email my exchange coordinator finally, and I said, do you know what? Thank you. Like, you'll never guess what this led to. And so I told her all about it and everything like that. And she's like, yeah, that's insane. Like, no, not normally. Should I? Probably. Do I? No. Here's the thing. No matter what I do, I will always be foreign in Japan. So the expectations of what I am able to do are always extremely low. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I just know that sometimes, as long as you're polite and well behaved, and typically if you don't do anything in Japan that you wouldn't do in Canada, you're usually pretty well off about, like, manners and everything like that. Oh yeah, that was the wildest difference between Osaka and Tokyo. That still gets me every time, is that in the Kansai region, specifically Osaka, they stand on the opposite side of the escalator. I can never remember if it's right or left until I go back. I just follow the crowd. Which doesn't work so much in train stations. At least like the Shinkansen stations and stuff like that, because there's a lot of people from Tokyo coming in. But it does work at, like, more regional and city train stations. But yeah, anyway, as for brushing up, no, I don't typically brush up on anything. Yeah. A little bit is good, better than nothing, but I really don't think you need to worry too much about it before you go. In other words, you should do it. Start. Yeah, there is a little bit of that. I try not to take too much advantage of that, but it's also, like, it is nice sometimes. Although I will say that I got judged far less for my pink hair in Tokyo and Kyoto in Japan than I did in Victoria, British Columbia. Which was wild. Because I had it dyed in 2017 when I went. And I will say that that was quite an experience because I was definitely expecting there to be more judgment about my hair in Japan than in Canada. I'll take it though, it was cool. All right, there we go. Right, that's black, or that's white stitching, so we're not working on it. And we're not working on that one. We are working on this one, which is the next dark stitched one. Nope. At least not of the areas that I'm in Alberta. I'm in Calgary. Or Cochrane, I guess. So just outside Calgary, which, contrary to popular belief, is Alberta's conservatives are far louder than the progressive Albertans. I guess that might be the best way to say it. And also being in a, like, I'm not in rural Alberta as the other portion of this. No, I definitely have gotten way more judged in Victoria than Alberta or Japan. Okay. Where are we at? Those are spare zippers for some reason. For someone over there. Okay, the ones with zip pulls on the table are already blurdy blurs. Ones with zipper pulls on the table are for the bags that are down here. Not the minis, for the travelers. There we go. That's what I was getting into. I'll get there eventually. I promise. Okay. And where's the zipper for this guy? Fuck. Nope. Because I very specifically sewed it. I remember that because I cleverly figured out the pattern that I needed. Oh, God. Should have been right here because everything's, they're going to in a very specific pattern for where they're going. Okay. Oh, I wonder if it fell off the back. Yes, it did. Along with a couple others. Okay. There we go. Nope, come here. Behave yourselves. Thank you. Okay. Teal. Teal with... Yeah, sweet. Okay, I did it right. So the teal end of the zipper with the zipper pull is going to go to the teal side of the bag because this is more teal. And then the silvery gold is going to go to this side from the gradient. So it follows the gradient. Mostly. As good as it's going to get anyway. Okay, so there's the middle. Oh, God. That is a rough fold because of all the stitching right in the middle. go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Next, we are doing... Oh, are we just down to... Oh, sweet. Okay. Ready to do the poppy one? Must have. No, it's right here. Okay. Okay, these are extra zippers for these. We only got 3 more zippers to install. And then we can go in and do the other things, and the other things, and the other things. What are the other things? I don't know yet. I'm just here along for the ride. I don't know what's happening. Some days. Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna... Yeah, that'll look good. And that teal zipper's gonna look really good with it too. Okay. Go. Up there. No. I know you're slippery. Hi, cat. Oh, you're being so good tonight. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy boy. How are you? Oh, my goodness. Loves. Oh, yes, we need some loves tonight, eh? Okay. Poppies. Poppies. Then we have 2 left. Fold it in half, fold it in half, fold it in half. Fold it in half, fold it in half, fold it in half. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, right, never mind. I was like, I need to track down my cowboy hat for Friday. But no, it's in the closet. I saw it today. I noted it. Even subconsciously. What was I in? I don't know what it is. Grab a note, but... And actually the eldest's as well, which I think we need to reshape a little bit before the weekend. Because they wore that thing to almost to bits last year, so it took a beating for sure. Holy. Although I think we'll get one more year out of their little cowboy boots, which is exciting. And then, yeah. And then next year will be an update year for some of the stuff. All right. This one or this one? That one down there. This one up here. Done. Very scientific half folds here. I could technically do little snips, but I find that folding it is just as good usually. especially when it's like nice and crisp like this and takes a fold very well. That zipper is just going to instantly disintegrate. Lovely. It did not get caught well. Okay. And normally that would put it into instant timeout. So look at me go. We're actually seam ripping a defect. Should I be doing that? Probably not, especially since it is like in some ways a duplicate, but they're both so different. Well, the color schemes are different at least. They're different enough to do this. Ugh, maybe. Black thread on dark obi with a black zipper. And it is 11:45. 11:50. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I did tell us I want to catch up on some of the anime before we go to Japan, though. I think that would be good. Like, we need to catch up on Spy X, because we only really did the first season. And I want to catch up on Demon Slayer, because I feel like that's still going to be super popular when we're there, too. So, I really like Demon Slayer. We did watch Free Ren. That's a good, like, fall, winter activity, though. I don't want to do it over the summer. Because realistically, what I would prefer to be doing right now, well, is to be sleeping. But, is like being on the deck and having deck beers after like a hot day, because today wouldn't have been a good day for that, but last summer we were super lucky to have lots of really good like deck nights. So I like it when it's like dark outside and it's like you've had the like plus 25 to plus 30 day, and then you go out and it's like still such a gorgeous evening to like, oh, it's my favorite. I adore it. It's like my favorite kind of weather. And it's just like, it's so refreshing and just, oh. Yeah. All right, let's get this sewn down again. So yeah, there was just a bunch of fray there. So we're just going to sew it in further up the zipper. Since we're doing I'm matching it based on the fold of the fabric rather than the zipper ends. What this basically does is it just allows me to do this sort of work like that. Okay. Now. Okay, last two bottom zipper pockets. This being one, and then the other Phoenix bag here coming up. And then I think we'll go in, and I think it is easier to top stitch it right now. Double check that the instructions don't actually say not to top stitch it right now. I don't remember there is one bag where it's like, no, don't top stitch until the very end, and it makes sense when you top stitched, and then you're like, oh shit. I shouldn't have top stitched. I don't feel like this is one of those bags, and it's like easier to top stitch it now rather than having 2 layers of fabric and having to like shuffle them back and forth like on the minis I just did. Although I'd already done the shuffle back and forth before you saw them, so you wouldn't have seen that. Whatever. You get the point. Doom. Okay. What do I need? I need a pocket. I'm like, there's something missing. Oh god. But it's the pocket. Which is right here. This one? That one. Excellent. Okay. Up there. And we'll pop this here. Like that. And that. And this. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Tiny little bugs. Dead bug. Okay. Holy fuck, that looks so good. And then the interior is this really gorgeous, like, forest green as well, which is just like, so good with this fabric. Okay. I'd actually bought this kimono in Tokyo at a secondhand store to do as a, like, display kimono for people to be like, hey, this is what the, like, obi and kimono looks like before I like, cut them up and stuff. Never did it. So this year I was like, okay, I need more kimono fabric. So we're going to also co-opt that one. Whatever. I'll find something that honestly looks better probably this time anyway. So it's all good. Because I think I still want to do that, but we'll see. I'm hungry. I was about to say that I'm going to need a pre-bread snack, and I'm like, angry. That's not what I was going for. I need a pre-bed snack. I was talking to someone the other day. We were talking about, speaking of... Yeah, anyway. I love the chuck wagon races, but I've only ever watched them at the Calgary Stampede up until 2019 as well. And so I was like, well, brilliant idea. My one friend's never been to chuck wagons, and the other one, and it was like a good way to hang out with another friend, and blah, 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 blah. So we went to the chuck wagon races in Strathmore. And the one friend who had never, ever seen them is vegetarian, and they had the running with the bulls, which I did not realize that... they did running with the bulls at Strathmore. Like, all right, this is not what I intended to take you to. Far less PC or politically correct, far more just like stereotypical. It's like, damn it. So, I would love to follow the chuck wagon circuit around one year, but yeah, for now we'll stick to Stampedes. Oh. Yeah, the forest green in there looks really good. I really like this kimono though too. This was one of the first ones that I purpose bought to do bags with. And it's like just, oh, it's such a nice kimono. And so it's going on the inside of this like super spectacular one because they were bought at the same time, at the same market actually, now that I think about it. But yeah. Anyway, I was talking about the running of the bulls with someone the other day, and my brain could not, like, it spelt it out bowls, as in, like, cereal bowls or ramen bowls. And I'm like, oh my god, the running of the bulls. Oh, probably would have been more entertaining overall. This crane one is getting, actually, and I think, yeah, a lot of these are getting lined with their own backing and stuff like that, just because then it's all coordinating. I did not do that with that teal and forest green one, or Phoenix one, because the Phoenix one is fully patterned, and I was like, well, it's not a waste of fabric, but it is a waste of like patterned fabric to put it all inside. So I was like, let's do the forest green, and it complements it really well too. And then this one is actually a Hawaii jacket, with a like overcoat, but it's from a Japanese Canadian in Calgary, so that's super cool. 'Cause she was getting rid of a bunch of her stuff, and she offered me up a box, and I'm like, yes, please. I can't remember where I bought the actual exterior obi though, so probably, well, definitely Toji, but I don't remember when. I guess might be the better description. Because Kitano, the first time I actually went to the other one on the 25th was the trip in 2022. I'd never actually been up. I'd been to Kitano Tenmangu, which is a temple shrine, as they do. But I'd never actually made the trip up for the market until that point. In part because it takes a bus. And how uncivilized. But it is actually quite a ways out from Kyoto, like proper, or the station and stuff like that. I think it was like a 40-minute bus ride or something. So like nothing compared to transit in Canada, but in Japan was like, oh, this is out in like the boonies of the city. No, so that the wedding kimono came from a woman out in Vancouver. She mailed it to me. Yoriko, she does Fibre Art Studio and dyes on Granville Island. The holiday jacket is from a woman in Calgary. Yeah, Japanese Canadian in Calgary. I'm like, what am I doing next? I'm doing the next portion because we need to do the upper. Okay, so we need to go down to construction length, A, on the stitch length. And then B, we need to go in and put in the second piece of the pocket, like this. And then put on the top portion. Oh, hi, buddy. I know you're so happy to be here tonight. Yes, you are. Welcome to Ultra. What? Am I still streaming on YouTube? Yes. Weird. Okay, cool. Whatever. Yeah, Flynn's here like, hi, love me, adore me. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to distract you. Is there another one down here? No, there's just, oh, it's all the, okay, right, because we still have to sew more darts. Yay, more darts. Ugh. Actually, okay, so, oh God, I'm just opening everything. Close up, please. iPhone mirroring. Really? I'll try you out later. Okay. Yes, so that's exactly what I'm supposed to do. And then I think I'm supposed to actually trim down these corners. Trim the zipper tab on both sides of the raw edge in line with the edge of the panel. Oh, right, no. If I do it now, it's easier because we don't have to deal with the other shit. This does not look like her photos, but it is how my bags came together. Okay. We'll trim them down as we come to them. Anyway, what are we doing next? The top portion along with the pocket at that seam allowance. And this supposed to go with the notch to the zipper. Okay, there we go. Like that's, I'm trying to put it on the first way around it. It's like, that is inarguably wrong. Sweet. And then that lines up with that, and that lines up with that, and this lines up with this, hopefully. Close enough. We can work with that. Okay. And then just make sure that it's like at the top of the zip here. All lined up across the top of the zipper. We're good. And under we go. All right. Friendly reminder that your presser foot can work as a clip. Just gotta get it under that presser foot first. Whee! All right. I love how the next one is not currently the Phoenix. There it is. And then I'm pretty sure that this, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, other pocket, the baggity. Hi, cat. And then I just have to make sure, oh shit. Did I just sew the wrong top to the wrong bag? Yes? No. Crap. Did I? No. Yes? No. I don't think so. We're going to go with no. Although the white Phoenix does need to go with this piece that I have right now. Which means I think I need to swap the... Yeah. Okay. No, I think we're good. But the like dark Phoenix needs to go with the darker one. This needs to go with this. And this leaf needs to go with this one. No, this one needs to go with that one. Okay. And this is where thinking starts to fail. Thinking starts to fail. Thinking starts to fail. Honestly, how long? Yeah, I've been working for 4 hours. So, to be fair, it's also almost it is midnight. Okay, so yeah, we're going till 12:30, and or whenever I get all these. Well, 12:30, and then we can also start. Yeah, because I was like, well, I'll stop when I'm done this portion because I'm. But no, we won't, because we'll install zippers, and then the next thing we would do is start the welt pockets. So I was like, the next thing on these is the stabilizer and the leather, but that's a tomorrow thing for sure. As my brain starts to be like, Mah. Now I have to decide, do we put brown leather with these Phoenix ones, or do we put black leather with these Phoenix ones? And I do not know yet. Actually, that wedding kimono is the one that we should cut up next, because that would look amazing. Okay. What I need to do is I need to sit down and open up the wedding kimono, because the thing about it is that there's actually quite a bit more stitching on it because it's so much heavier. The lining, like it's a full lining, blah, 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 blah. So it's going to take a little bit more care to open up, to be honest. So that's part of what the holdup has been in processing it as well. Okay, red. Oh, did I not? Shit. Wait, what? Oh, right, it's under that pile because for some reason it got separated. I don't know. Who knows? Not even I know. I'm like, where's the other piece of pocket? Oh god. Yeah, there we go. Okay, next one in the pile is the poppies. So we may as well do the poppies next. And then poppies, poppy top. I really do adore working with these obi. I'm so glad that I finally found bags that make sense for them. It did take a while because they're such a specific size from the looms and everything like that. Yeah. Not that I didn't have okay options before, but definitely in the last couple of years, I think. Well, and partly my skills too have like updated in such a way that I can actually do more of what I want with them, like being able to sew welt pockets. Damn welt pockets. That was definitely an exposure therapy thing. Just get over it. Get the practice in. You'll get better. And now look at this, we're better. After hours and hours of practice. Does that mean that every one of them comes out perfect? Hell no. Does it mean that they come out perfect first time, every time either? No, also. Obviously, if I've already said that, hell no, but, you know, it's funnier this way. Okay. No, I need the top portion of this. This one is really cool. I was able to actually preserve the maker's mark because of how I was able to cut the traveler sling. So we do have the maker's mark, and it's actually even going to be the correct direction when I sew it in. So that's even more exciting now that I think about it. So, yay! Super exciting, super exciting. Do. Oh. Fading fast now. Oh well, there's only a few more zippers. A few more zippers for now. Oh, and yeah, we need to top stitch everything too. So as much as I said I was going to do welt pockets, I have a feeling we're going to sew all these in, and then I'm going to top stitch and go to bed. I think that is the more sound decision for the evening. And then I'll come back downstairs tomorrow and we'll see what we get finished for Saturday. Yeah, I know it's a super fancy maker's mark. I find them regularly, but it's very rarely that I actually can incorporate them. So that was super cool to be able to do it this time. I think with the belt bags, I'll be able to incorporate them more often, which will be a lot of fun. So watch for them in future. I don't think I actually have any more kimono that I have the maker's mark on though, so that's okay. Obi, not kimono. The kimono, I've never seen a maker's mark on a kimono to this date. Does not mean that I won't in future, but as of this moment on July 3rd, 2025, I have not seen it. sorry. It's getting pretty late for you out there, though, too, so we should both go to bed when I go to bed. I don't dictate your schedule. I most days dictate my children's schedule, and even then, some days not. We definitely had a very, like, lackadaisical over the weekend schedule, because it's like, normally we do sit down and, like, eat our meals at the table, like, pretty regularly, like, all meals at table, if it's not, like, a picnic or something like that. But this week it was just like, yep, nope, I'm just giving you food wherever you're sitting. Like, hanging out in PJs or undies or whatever. Oh, it was a good thing we got out. Well, we spent 2 days like that, and I think that was good. But it was time to, like, when we actually did get out, it was time to get out. But yeah, it's just like, here. It wasn't like throwing, like, crackers at them or anything like that. It was still food. Not that there's anything wrong with crackers as food, but like meals instead of like snack food, I guess. I would personally count crackers as snack food. But yeah, so they're having a little bit of a hard adjustment back to tabletop meal times, I guess. Feral. We went feral for the weekend, and it's fine. They had fun. Youngest, we went out and got quite a bit of Lego the other day, and they've been enjoying that. Like, lots of independent play, which is amazing. And they love building stuff, so it's such a good call to, like, be able to kind of lean into that so much, too. Yeah, we did a lot of, like, not quite TV table eating, but a lot of, like, in front of the TV eating. And so that's, like, we do it occasionally. I mostly do it when Dallas isn't home, to be honest. Because, like, dynamics completely shift when he's not home. So, although, honestly, most of the time we do sit down at the table still, because it's nice. But once in a while, it's like, nah, TV dinner, do it. 2 days of TV meals is not going to, it's not a big deal. But yeah, when I was a kid, we ate a lot in front of the TV. Still all together, and I think that is actually the big thing in some ways. So. Dallas's family was quite a bit larger, so I don't think they did that as much. I think they did much more, like, regimented at the table sort of thing. Which, honestly, has a lot more appeal as an adult with children, too. Because it's like, well, at least the crumbs are contained on the table. Instead of, like, scattered all over the couch or smeared into the couch. That's actually the bigger worry. At the same time, it's like, well, we can always clean the couch. Actually, we had the couch custom done originally when we moved into our old house. Thankfully, they fit in the new house. But we went specifically with a linen, I think it's linen polyester. Yeah, I think I decided on the polyester because, of course, it can be longer filament and it'll help hold the linen. They were so worried about all the pilling that was going to happen. I'm like, but it's linen. It's got a long staple length, so it shouldn't fucking pill. Anyway, it has pilled, but it's not, like, any worse than any other natural material. And they've held up extremely well because we've had them over for... like, and they've got a lot of life left in them. Anyway, what I was going to get to was the fact that, like, because of the fiber blend on the cushion, we can actually, like, take the couch cushion covers off and just wash them. And then I air dry them out on the deck or whatever. in the bathroom. Which, speaking of which, I should probably go through and actually like strip. I've only been washing like 1 or 2 cushions at a time, but I should probably go in and just strip one whole couch and wash them, and then strip the other whole couch and wash them. Wouldn't be the worst idea that I've had. I definitely don't want to strip them all at once, because that just, I don't want to have to restuff that many cushions at one time. A lot of cushions to restuff. Okay, this one is very stiff. Get up there. Get up there. Yeah, it's just the obi being stiff. It's like, so it's a super interesting obi. The like, so the warp is red, but then the weft itself is like a multicolor. And from the materials test that we did the other day, I was thinking it's probably cotton, just with the self-extinguishing and like the scent and everything like that, particularly the scent. And then, although it could also maybe be raw silk, like sumugi or something like that. Anyway, really cool. It's going to be a gorgeous bag. I love the fact that like we're able to center this motif in the middle here over the zipper. A good, like, that is one. Oh, this one didn't actually, the zipper didn't get caught, so we'll go back over and do that. Yes, exactly. I think ours are contained because we added down. That's actually been the worst part, is like all the little feathers fluffing out of it. But yes. I hate, yeah. It'll be one at a time. I also got to figure out if I can make cushions for our deck seating, because our cushions have like, we haven't cared for them very well. But again, they've also been outside for 10 years and they've just worn out this, like they started wearing out last year. They just kind of more or less wore out this year fully. So I had nowhere to get that fabric. I just gotta figure out how to actually sew them. Because buying cushions, if you can find cushions that fit the chairs, is holy shit expensive. I have a machine that can handle the fabric, so, and I think I have a brain that can handle the like, maybe it's, yeah, it probably won't be a right now project. That's the thing. Probably won't be this summer, but maybe I can get them done in the fall for next year, especially. What I'm actually thinking is I might just, since they're already broken anyway, I probably could just take a cushion out and basically pattern it from that, maybe. The most daunting part of them is they have piping. And I'm like, But like I could use the cushion that's currently there and everything like that. They're fine so far, and I want to keep them that way. I don't want to have to redo the cushion if I don't have to. Hell, cat, what'd you knock down? It's like, does it matter? Okay, so the poppies I need to I keep reaching for it. Oh, are we done? Yeah, okay. Well, that was fast. La 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 la. Out of all the things, that was super fast. Okay, what time are we at? At 12:24. So I'm gonna redo the stitching. I'll redo the poppy stitching so that it's ready to go. And then we are a third of the way complete for these bags. So I was aiming to have only 6 done for Usagi Jinja. We'll figure it out. If we want to get some of the minis done, I can't do all of these, but I feel like these are going to sell better. I don't know. They've been super popular, so it's like, okay, well, what to do. I guess we'll see. Well, we'll just see how fast everything comes together tomorrow, too, because that's actually the more determining factor on stuff. Because, yeah, what has it been? 4¼ hours. That's pretty good. And I was faffing around with the Cricut for quite a bit of that to get that sign figured out. So I'll finish up those cuts tomorrow so that I can make the sign. So yeah, there's a few things to do differently tomorrow that I'll figure out later. That's future Kate. That's 9 hours from now, Katie problem. I'm technically supposed to go for a run tomorrow. I don't want to go for the run tomorrow, but I should at the same time. We've got a race on Sunday, so what I absolutely have to do today later is go to the gym for weight lifting. So, okay, are we there? Almost. I see what happened. I ended up accidentally lining it up with the top of the zipper tab, it looks like, instead of the top of the zipper. So, rookie mistake. This is why good seam rippers are your best friend. My favorites so far have been the Loops and Threads brand from Michaels. Extremely random. Not the cheap one, the middle one. So it's not like it's not like $2 or whatever the cheap one is. I think it's like $7 or something, but it's got this little round handle. That's the defining factor. The Poppy one, the zipper didn't get caught all the way across, so that's why we're seam ripping it out completely, because you can actually see where. So this is the stitch line, and this is where the zipper ended up. Yay. So I'll just seam rip it. We'll put it back in, and then it's just top stitching, and then we're done for the night. Done for the night. Done for the night. Done for the night. Yeah, it slipped, or I think what I probably did is I just lined up the portion with the zipper tab instead of the zipper, like I said. All right, last one, then top stitching. Yeah, so this is, like I said, about a third of the way through all of these. There are 2 more pockets to install. One is harder than the other. One requires more prep than the other, so yay, they're about the same effort overall, I guess. There we go. Make sure that zipper stayed where it's supposed to. No, it did not. It's just slipping. Okay. Let's throw we're just going to throw another line of stitching in. It is caught better than it was last time, because the whole zipper got missed last time, I think. That's what happened. Okay, there we go. Now we should be good. Are we? Yes, we are. Okay. Barely, it looks like, but we're there. Okay. Whee! Off we go. Oh, that Poppy. Yeah, that positioning looks so good, because it's like the Poppy's just like bracketing the zipper instead of being super disrupted by the zipper. So good. All right. Yay! We've done it. And it's 12:29, exactly 12:30. So tomorrow's tasks are finishing as many bags as humanly possible. Shit, I should have cut and fray checked the webbing tonight. So that'll be the very first thing I do tomorrow, is the webbing for everything that we're going to make. And then we'll prep leather and stabilizer for the front on these, and then we'll do the sewing of that, and then we'll do the backs with the welt pockets. All right. Hope you all have a fantastic evening, afternoon, morning, night, wherever, whenever you are, and I'll chat with you all soon. Bye.